Right. Well, that was disappointing. What's up, Jet? Uh, Ending was fucking ass. It was. It was. It was. We're not going to spoil it right now. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Maybe we'll talk about it later. Hello, River. Right on time. Just jumped up here. Did it go woke? It went fucking woke. It went woke as hell. Ah. CSM ending was just themes and such. Dude, it wasn't even themes and such. I think it was like no themes and such. It wasn't even like a narrative sacrifice for thematic satisfaction. It was a narrative and thematic sacrifice for the ending. It's crazy. Oh my god. Well, it's okay. Well, it's okay. It's a thematic resolution at the expense of a narrative resolution. I feel like it's not even. I feel like it's not even a thematic revolution, but a resolution. But that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. I'll just hold I'll hold my beating flaming heart right here. Okay. That this is a false ending. Massive cope. 0% chance for part 3. Well, I'll be reading whatever Fujimoto writes next. Minnesota sues Trump admin over shootings, including deaths of Alex Preddy and Renee Good. Great. You know what that's not? Arresting the officers who did it. What, you're suing the Trump administration? What is he going to do? Pay $500,000 in damages for the murdered people? Hold on. I got to warm up to this, dude. I'm not. I woke up to a Garbo ending. You guys see this shit? This is funny as fuck. Reacher star Alan Richson's body cam footage of his bloody fight with his neighbors released. I know it's TMZ slop, but he's just riding his little bike around this giant, ugly suburb. And some dude walks out in the middle of the road to fucking block him. And start a fight. And the punchline to this is if you know what the star for Reacher looks like. I have no idea what kind of madness must compel a person to stand in front of a bike being driven by what's it, Alan Rich, the Reacher star? Yeah, Alan Richson. It's insane. He's a cube. Drunk in the morning, probably. He's like 6'5". He's fucking massive. What are you doing? Maybe the blue t-shirt guy just wanted to die. Well, he does live in suburbia, so yeah, maybe. Speaking of looking like this, you know, I almost did 2 pull-ups this morning. Almost did 2. I did 1, then I went for it. I did 1 4/5. Okay, 1 4/5. You're basically him. I know. I don't want to be like conceited or whatever, but I know. TMC didn't even show the whole fight, lame. Didn't even show Alan compressing his neighbor into a cube. What's this music? I don't know, but it kind of adds the Oblivion NPC encounter feel to it. Man, these fucking suburbs are ugly. Imagine being rich as fuck. And this is what, like, God. Look at just these blob McMansions, man. Brentwood, Tennessee. Living in Tennessee. All the money in the world, and you're living in Tennessee. Oh my God. Here's the neighbor's account.
It started on Saturday morning and I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life. So, you know, from dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood.
Incestuous? I think he meant incessant.
Of the motorcycle. I eventually saw the guy on Saturday. I didn't know who it was. And I sort of like flippantly sort of said, "Guy, do you, like he was quite away." And I said, "Can you just slow it down, please?" And then there.
Dog, you jumped in front of him. You jumped in front of a bike. You could have just waved them down.
There's people in my neighborhood who caught all of this on Ring doorbells of him
fucking
speeding through the neighborhood. And on Sunday, when I was cleaning my bike outside my house, he rode past once, twice, and on the second time, I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt."
I'm sorry, I know this is so irrelevant. The idea of somebody getting hurt while driving at 20 miles an hour on a bike through this 50-foot wide suburban road that no human foot has ever touched once in its entire existence. Look at it. Look at this. The Brit walking out in the middle of the road, that was the first time any human had ever been on top of it without there being a vehicle as a buffer. Right on suburbs, yeah.
And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. And I think the second time he got off his bike and it kicked the crap out of me. And you can see he hit me in the back of my head. I went to the ground and covered myself. I've had such a shitty day today, and I don't wish the guy any malice or ill will, but we just don't need people riding through neighborhoods like this. And I just decided, you know, I'm take a stand because someone else has to, because it's going to work.
Someone posted on Nextdoor that I was barreling through my neighborhood going 25 in a road like that. It's crazy, too, because everyone knows I hate motorcyclists. But I actually hate suburbanites more. And I hate, like, Nextdoor, panoptical, you know, nanny state fucks even more than that. So I don't, like, it's competing bad bitches. There's tens of thousands of people in England. I'm so, like this in England? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. MAGA hat in the back. Yeah, MAGA hat in the back. Fucking British guy. Spiritually Israeli? 100%. I was going to ask which side you take here. I mean, even without the motorcycle and suburb factor, there's also the you walked in front of a moving bike being driven by a 6'5", 280-pound muscle man. So I guess, like, I have to assume the intent was suicide, in which case, whoever I'm siding with, I have to side with him getting a beatdown, right? Alan Richardson is also pretty progressive. Force at work here is American individualism getting in the way of fascism and corporate acquisition. Like, it's not that these people like Gone with the Wind. I knew you'd show up, Kowalski. You piece of shit. I knew you would. Newsom walks back calling Israel an apartheid state and calls himself a Zionist. Yeah, I saw this. You know, the language that he used? It was crazy. He said he reveres the state of Israel. Reveres. Have you heard, when was the last time you heard reveres being used by a politician to describe anything? He reveres the state of Israel. He regrets using the term apartheid to describe Israel. Remember what Tucker Carlson said to the chief editor of The Economist? Everyone's terrified of criticizing Israel. Look at this, dude. Gavin Newsom describes Israel as an apartheid state, which is objectively true. The word genocide is also objectively applicable to what's happening in Gaza, but there is enough leeway with the definition that a person playing semantic games could like waste your time. I think they would be wasting your time if they tried to argue it, but they could waste your time. The fact that Israel is an apartheid state is objectively like open and shut. That's it. It's a very simple definition that is immediately met by the state of Israel, by the conditions in the state of Israel. But as soon as he said that, his staff got reached out to by a bunch of Jewish advocacy groups who all said, sorry, you can't say that. Ooh, you shouldn't. You don't want to be saying that, white boy. You don't want to be saying that shit. You can't be talking like that, white boy. You can't be saying that Israel's an apartheid state. Israel's literally more segregated than the Jim Crow South? Yeah. Dog. It's so over.
The West Bank.
Do you regret using the word apartheid to describe Israel?
I used it. I do in this context that I said it and I referenced why I used it.
I've heard people say it's still the U.S. that controls Israel, not the other way around. What's your opinion on who controls who? Neither of them control neither of them. They're the same damn country. It's countries don't control other countries like that. That's a very simplistic reading. Like America doesn't technically control, Germany, right? Germany does what America says, but it's not because America controls Germany. It's because America and Germany are both, run by the same capital groups. It's a shared control situation. But I mean, like it is objective. It is an absolute fact that the Jewish interests are the one thing that you can't question. It has nothing to do with Jewish people, and Jews aren't the one who come after you afterwards. It's a combined coalition of the aforementioned, capital interests, MIC, Jewish supremacist groups, Zionist groups, Christian evangelicals. But altogether, these people are, there are more Christian evangelicals than there are Jews many times over, So the individual group responsible, it's more like a broad coalition. More like corporate departments talking to each other. Yeah. But in terms of the corporate interest, like as a broader ideological vessel, yeah, Zionism is a total no-go. You cannot do it. They got to him immediately. It's crazy to me because so many of these people are like super narcissistic. But I feel if I had as much power as Gavin Newsom, which he's the governor of California, and some fucking Jewish advocacy groups came up to me and told me that I couldn't refer to the objective fact that Israel's an apartheid state. Like, oh, you don't want to do that, What the fuck I feel like I would shut the door in their face, But in reality, it doesn't work like that because it's not actually Jewish advocacy groups. When the media calls it Jewish advocacy groups, what they're doing there is anti-Semitism. They're doing JQ parentheses positive. What actually happened is an incredibly powerful coalition of corporate interests with a wide variety of connections to business and Hollywood and Wall Street and so on. They represent a wide variety of interests, largely conservative, not entirely Jewish. In fact, probably not even majority Jewish. Came up to him and said, you can't do that, white boy. And then he said, okay, sorry, sir. Yes, sir. The Revere's clip too. I can't do this, man.
A Tom Friedman article in that same sentence where Tom used it in the context of the direction that Bibi is going.
Not the current
and the
state.
Concern, correct.
Okay.
And that is a legitimate concern I have that I share with Tom, that direction, if that vision in that direction of the far right that Bibi is indulging, that if they see the full annexation of the West Bank.
I'll never understand how these power-hungry narcissists deal with the cognitive dissonance they must feel when they constantly cuck themselves and bow and scrape for powerful interest groups. Doesn't that hurt their ego? I think it does. I think it's one of the reasons why so many of them are miserable all the time. Like all of these senators who are on top of the world, but they're always like rushed and frustrated. They always just seem annoyed. They never act like people who are on top of the world. They always act like beleaguered middlemen whose job it is to represent the interests of people more powerful than they are, which, it is. I wonder if there's been, like, an attitude shift. I wonder if, like, I feel like, and this is just a guess of mine, but I feel like if you went back 100 years, the average U.S. congressman or senator, or, congressman, sorry, House member, senator, would be a lot less put upon. And I think the reason for that is because it used to be that their job was to represent their constituency and also like some local businesses or whatever. And nowadays, every single day they wake up and 50 fucking lobbyists are like, excuse me, you promised us this, and if you don't do it, we're going to fucking not build in your district, and you're going to lose jobs, and you're not going to be reelected, and then this is all over, and you're like, ugh. You don't even read the bills. You don't read anything. Your staff just hands you the bills for you to sign. Like, you're not involved, really. You're just like a yes man. I think it's probably like that. I don't think it was always like that, though. I bet you if you went back 100, 150 years, the average politician was more of a statesman, Like, they were more involved in the active process of governing rather than just being a middleman. This is one of the things that pushes leadership towards fascism. I think this is one of the reasons why the Republican Party was so eager to join up with Trump, because Trump was so boorish and aggressive and direct that he gave them an opportunity to follow a directive that wasn't just like, do whatever the lobbyists tell you. You got a little bit of like a party-wide direction to go with. It gave you a little bit of pep in your step, gives you something to argue for and against, gives you a culture war to fight in, that kind of stuff, rather than just being like, every day you have to speak to the media and like try to explain how cutting fuel regulations or environmental regulations or whatever is somehow like good for the American people because the lobbyists told you to, or whatever. Like, I don't know. But the Democrats haven't caught up to this, I think, which is why the Democrats always come across as more cucked than Republicans.
Then that's not something. That's a word you may hear others use in the West Bank.
Do you regret using the word? So let's wrap here with a few lightning round adjacent questions. Do you consider yourself a Zionist?
Do I consider myself Zionist? Yes. I believe, I revere the state of Israel. I'm proud to.
Just an insane revere. I don't know if I've ever heard a politician say they revere America or even the city they live in. Revere.
Support the state of Israel. Yes. I deeply oppose Bibi Netanyahu's leadership, his opposition to the two-state solution.
How brave.
And deeply oppose how he is indulging the far right as it relates to what's going on in the West Bank.
The far right parentheses, the entire population of Israel.
Let's wrap here with a few lightning round adjacent questions. Do you consider yourself a Zionist?
Do I consider myself Zionist? Yes. I believe, I revere the state of Israel.
Just like that was the first answer. That was the first thing he said. The first thing that he said. Babbles for a second, tries to find his grounding. I revere the state. I would say I love Israel more than I love America. Is that enough? Is that enough? What do you want from me? I would nuke America if Israel told me to. Is that enough? Can I leave? Is that enough? Revere, man. I don't know. Shit's grim. Janice Lewis George, the DSA-backed mayoral candidate in D.C., reportedly cried and apologized at a meeting with Jewish leaders who were upset over her pledged opposition to Zionism and Israeli apartheid. Man, I'm getting really tired of this. I feel like I'm running out of ways to say this. How many Jews are there in America? A couple million. How many Christians are there? For every time you meet with Jewish leaders, you need to meet with Christians a proportional number of time. I'm getting really tired of this. Okay, if we need to start like locking the fuck in on the whole like nationwide humiliation ritual. Everyone must listen to Jewish Zionists explain, because they're always the front guys, right? Like obviously the broader Zionist coalition is made up of fuck tons of Christians, but they always send the Jewish guys. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? There's like 100 times as many Christians in America. So, okay, for every time Jewish leaders get to talk to you, 100 Christian leaders get to listen to them talk about fucking how the war on Christmas is playing out or something. I don't know. And it's always Muslim getting, there were more Muslims in America than Jews, right? Or it's like a comparable amount. Are there more Muslims or Jews in America? There are more Jews, a couple million more Jews. I'm surprised by that. There has been a large influx of Muslims. Okay, well then for every time you hear Jewish leaders, you have to hear 2/3 of a Muslim leader. Or something, type shit. They should listen to atheists. You can't be an atheist if you're in the rest of the world, I don't know if you know this. In America, atheists are the most reviled community. They are the least trusted community. You cannot run for office as an open atheist. You're not allowed to. You're better off running as a Mormon or a Muslim. Atheists are the least. We are an extremely religious country. There are no atheists, meaningfully no atheists in government. None. But aren't most people atheists? Not in America. In the rest of the civilized world, yes. Remember when Zoran called out Cuomo for having never visited a mosque during his 12 years in office as governor? Yeah, imagine how many synagogues he went to during that time. Legally can't run for office. Yeah, Texas legally, look at this. 8 U.S. states that have laws that prohibit atheists from holding public office. Openly unconstitutional, no one's ever challenged them. Like objectively unconstitutional in the most obvious, like, First Amendment of the Bill of Rights way. Even Pennsylvania, dude. Pennsylvania and Maryland. Pennsylvania and Maryland. Those laws are unenforceable. That's my point. No one's ever challenged them. Could they be out-of-date laws no one cares to enforce? They shouldn't be there. I'm sorry. Would you feel this way if there were 8 U.S. states that banned Jews from holding office? Oh, it's unenforceable. Yeah, I know it's unenforceable. Isn't it like a problem? If an atheist ran those states, they could generate a ton of energy? No, they couldn't, because America's a deeply religious country. It's not going to work. Janice Lewis George, a DSA-endorsed candidate for mayor of Washington, D.C., met with local rabbis and Jewish community leaders last week amid fallout over a DSA questionnaire she filled out outlining her views on Israel and anti-Semitism. The March 19th meeting at the Orthodox Ohev Shalom congregation in Shepherd Park was arranged after her responses to a DSA endorsement questionnaire were made public last month, according to 2 sources familiar with the meeting. In the questionnaire, Lewis George pledged not to attend events focused on promoting Zionism and apartheid. This is what you have to apologize for. When the Jewish community groups come after you, this is what they're after you for. Were you anti-Semitic? No. Did you do anything wrong? No. Did you harm the Jewish community? No. Did you say you don't want to support apartheid? Yes. That's your crime. At the meeting at Ohev Shalom, Lewis George apologized for her statements in the questionnaire, one of the event's attendees told Jewish Insider, and cried when somebody in the meeting described feeling hurt by her answers to the questionnaire. She blamed the anti-Israel responses on one of her staff members and said she would have submitted a different response if she had seen it before it was submitted. What the fuck? However, she's not expressed that same sentiment publicly. Yeah, I wonder why. A spokesperson for Lewis George not respond to multiple requests for comment on Monday. Lewis George did not make any promises to apologize publicly or further address her comments in the DSA questionnaire, according to the meeting attendee. The meeting included rabbis and senior leaders from Milton Gottsman Jewish Day School, the Eldovich DCJC. Again, like, by the way, there are plenty of Democratic politicians who've spoken out against Christian nationalism. Has this ever happened afterwards? They get pulled into a meeting with a bunch of Christian community leaders at some god-awful fucking right-wing evangelist church, and then like sob and beg for forgiveness and distance themselves from the anti-Christian nationalist statements they made. The meeting included rabbis, senior leaders from the Milton Gutzman Jewish Day School, the Eldovich DC JCC, Temple Sinai, Ohev Shalom, Adas Israel Congregation. Wow, they really brought the fucking Avengers out here, huh? Tefereth Israel Congregation, Temple Mika, the JCRC, and the Tzedek DC, a legal services organization. Brought their lawyers, too. Ron Halper, the CEO of the Jewish Community Relations Center of Greater Washington, wrote in an op-ed published Monday that Metro DC DSA threatens the sense of attachment and belonging that we Jews have long enjoyed in DC. Sorry. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry your feelings are getting hurt or whatever. Opposing genocide. I'm really sorry about what that's doing to your feelings. The questionnaire for public candidates encourages the systemic erasure of Jewish and pro-Israel Americans from public life. Holy fucking shit. I wish pro-Israel Americans were erased from public life. All I fucking do is hear from them. They're like 90%. All I do is hear from them. They don't shut the fuck up. They're silencing our voices. I wish. An outrageous and revolting display of religious discrimination by being opposed to Zionism and apartheid. They'll say any shit, man. They should take it farther. Say she's denying the Holocaust. Say this is Holocaust erasure. If you don't believe in Zionism, then you don't believe in fair restitution to the victims of the Holocaust, which is tantamount to denying the existence of the Holocaust in the first place. There you go. I made their argument. I just tossed that one out for them, you know? Gave them a little freebie. Did you see the Philly congressional candidate who compared using the word genocide to calling a black person the N-word? I know when you use the G word how hurtful it is to a group of people, she said. It's like someone saying the N-word around me. I don't want to hear that. And how every time you shout that from the rooftops, how many people are you hurting? I'm so fucking tired of hearing about Jewish feelings, man. I'm so fucking tired of it. I'm so tired of it. Every fucking time, man. Every time. It's crazy because, like, it's the ideology of the Nazis, but framed through the rhetorical stylings of the most insufferable woke one liberals in existence. Like, that's genuinely the bit. It's like they're ideologically, they want mass death, you know? They want oceans of blood. But rhetorically, they're like, I think that it's really problematic of you to erase the feelings and experiences of a marginalized community by using the G word. Oceans of blood like an iron lung. Have you finished your homework? Is school in session right now? It's March. Yeah, school's in session. You need to have... Shouldn't you be in class? Vosh, genuinely, I think this shit's going to backfire massively. Is it spring break right now? Yeah, the behavior like this basically guarantees another millennia of anti-Semitism, which, I mean, really sucks for Jewish people. It's really unfortunate. I feel really bad for them. Like, I mean, the non-Zionist ones. I don't really give a fuck about the Zionist ones, to be honest with you. I don't really, you know... it kind of seems like this is what you're asking for. Like, literally, you're literally asking to be treated like you're responsible for the behavior of Israel, so... But for the non-Zionist Jews, I do feel really, really bad. Followed by a link to a Fuentes article at the bottom half. Nice of Jewish Insider to promote a significantly less Hitlerite person down here, you know? A liberal alternative to the political stylings of those who write for Jewish Insider. Respectable moderate. Hi, non-Zionist Jew. Here, am I cooked? Yeah, probably. I should change the YouTube title because I'm a serious political streamer and not like a fucking 16-year-old. One second. What the fuck is even happening in the world right now? What am I even titling? It seems like we're on a standby right now with the oil prices thing on like a day-by-day basis. Why do they keep fucking up anime endings? It's a manga, you piece of shit. Okay, hold on. 4-hour airport wait times. Oil, $300 a drop. Nukes in flight. Are we winning yet? There we go. I hate clickbait. Did you see Iran claim the long-range strike was a false flag? That's probably a lie. Why the fuck would Israel or America do a false flag against Diego Garcia, which is outside the range of Iranian missiles? I guess you could argue like they're trying to promote the idea that Iran can strike European targets. I guess. Like it's like, oh, look, Iran has better missiles than we thought, you know, so now all of Europe has to get involved. But I don't really think it's maybe, I don't know. Dismissing the claim as an Israeli false flag attack? Yeah, sure, why not? I'll believe anyone who attacks Israel. I mean, they're slowly but surely chipping at the UK to join. Israel vows to stay at war despite Trump's talk claims. Yeah. Good article about the market's behavior. Dude, the fucking link that I was using to get through the Financial Times stopped working. Oh, I guess it works now. Whatever. Do markets believe the president? Plus gold is unsafe haven. The fucked up thing, I don't think the Financial Times is going to be capable of really talking about the root of the issue here, because as good as the Financial Times is on some issues, they're also kind of in denial about the fact that the stock market is just a rug pull. Like, listen, everyone, we need to wake the fuck up, okay? Investing is gambling. The only difference is investing is gambling at a casino where there is a massive slate of federal policies that are designed to make sure that everyone gets an average like 3% return or whatever on their investment. That's the whole point, you know? Except it doesn't always work that way, and the results are often unequal. And an average 3% gain does not mean everyone gets 3%. It usually means the people on top get a lot more than 3%, you know. Vent at us if it makes you feel better. Unhedged at ft.com. That's cute. Don't you have investments? I mean, I have a Roth IRA. Yeah. So, I mean, you can still, it's still probably a good idea to invest. I'm not putting that much money in the market, though, because I do kind of wonder if we're going to see the big happening at some point. I'll invest after. I'm going to buy the dip. Listen, okay? The game's rigged, but it's the only game in town. You see the description of Trump's Friday press gaggle? Yeah, I saw this. Friday's press gaggle barely exaggerated. At 12:03 p.m., President Trump told reporters he wanted a ceasefire with Iran. At 12:05, he declared victory. At 12:07, he announced he was sending the Marines. At 12:08, he said no boots in the ground. At 12:11, he said he did not want a ceasefire. At 12:16, he declared victory again. At 12:17, he asked for a ceasefire. At 12:23, he told NATO they were cowards. At 12:29, he said Iran was begging for a ceasefire. At 12:31, he said everything was perfect. At 12:36, he said $500 a barrel for oil was a good thing. At 12:37, he demanded Iran open Hormuz. At 12:39, he said Hormuz was never closed. At 12:41, he said the U.S. was not at war with Iran. At 12:42, he declared victory in Iran. Is this accurate, like based on this post? No. This was from press talk. I mean, this was just reporters, you know? Is he bipolar? No, he's just like 80 years old. He's just senile. He's mentally unwell. He's been mentally unwell for a while. I hope this puts to rest the idea that there's a proportional relationship between power and competence, man. The average person in Congress is probably stupider than the average person out of Congress. Well, do I actually believe that? No. I would say the average person in Congress is probably less intelligent than the average undergrad. There, I'll say that. The average person in Congress probably has a, you know, their Harvard degree or whatever, but I'd say they're less intelligent than the average undergrad. Yeah, I believe that. A-10 Warthog spent most of the day strafing Iranian-backed militia positions around Mosul. There it is. That's crazy. I'm glad they're having fun. If you're a Warthog pilot, how many times do you get the opportunity to cut loose? Excuse me. The USS Gerald Ford was on fire. Yeah, it got hit by an Iranian weapon of some kind, I have no doubt, but they're lying and they're claiming that a fire started in the laundry room or something. They're saying like lint in the laundry room, lint from the dryers, caught on fire and thus caused enough damage that an aircraft carrier had to dock. And I don't believe that. I just don't. I think that's absolutely insane. It 100% got struck by a drone or something. That or deliberate sabotage. Wasn't this the poop ship? This is the poop ship, which does contribute, I think, to the impression that it might have been some kind of malfunctioning, you know, system or maintenance error. But I just don't think that's what happened here. Either sabotage or a drone. I read there was an investigation into whether it was deliberately started by demoralized crew members due to long deployment. Could also be that. Their deployment's been extended, you know, multiple times. I would prefer it having been sabotaged because, you know, I'll take any, you know, dissident behavior from the military that I can get. Boxa, what the hell are you talking about? Do you have any news in the oil refinery in Texas? No. No visible external damage on the aircraft carrier? Then it might have been sabotage. Non-combat fire broke out in the main laundry room, injuring 2 sailors. Sheesh. 200 sailors needing treatment for smoke-related injuries. Jesus Christ. Holy moly, Trump's been on a Carg Island crank for 40 years. Oh, yeah, I saw this. It's like the tariffs with him. He's always had an obsession. Well, pretty soon, the paratroopers are going to be arriving in the Middle East. So if they're going to do something with Carg Island, it's probably going to happen pretty soon. Not that them, you know, taking Carg Island would open the Strait of Hormuz. Hey, about the nukes bit? Oh, from the title? Was it too funny? He sketched out the first outlines in '87, spending $94,801 to put a full-page advert in 3 U.S. newspapers. Trump declared the world was laughing at America's leaders over the Gulf crisis triggered by the Iran-Iraq war. As the U.S. then escorted tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, Trump said Washington was trying to protect ships we don't own, carrying oil we don't need, destined for allies who won't help. It is a line that echoes his tirades today. But back then, as he tested the waters for a possible presidential run, Trump had concluded the problem was a lack of backbone. Appearing a few weeks later at a New Hampshire Rotary Club event in '87, Trump sneered at how the Iranian Navy, little runabouts with machine guns, had held America to ransom. Why couldn't we go in there and take some of their oil fields near the coast, he asked. Then the 41-year-old businessman put it even more starkly in a 1988 interview with The Guardian. One bullet shot at one of our men or ships, and I'd do a number on Carg Island. I'd go in and take it. It's like tariffs. It's one of his special interests, yeah. Draft Dodger President talking tough. Well, the thing is, back then, it would have been a lot more doable to take Carg Island, too, because back then, Iran didn't have a gigantic drone fleet. Technology has advanced a little bit since then. Back in the 1980s, America was much, much more capable of winning these kinds of, like, asymmetrical conflicts simply because the technology for counterinsurgency, or sorry, like the insurgency and counterinsurgency dynamics hadn't really like caught up to the point that they're at today. You know, drones and IEDs, except Vietnam. Yeah, but Vietnam wasn't an insurgent conflict. The Viet Cong were a well-organized militia. You know, not even a militia. They were a military. We also had an industrial base. It is true that back in the 1980s, we didn't build as much as we used to, but we did still build things. Now we don't build things. I don't know. It really doesn't take much to close that strait. I bet artillery could do it. But you can bomb artillery. Artillery is pretty easy to take out if you know where it is. And we would know where it is eventually. Drones are just so fucking difficult. Drones and mines. Drones and mines. You're thinking of fixed artillery, mobile? I feel it's still easier than drones. Russia fires nearly 1,000 drones, one of its largest aerial attacks. Something happens. At least 7 killed. Man, what a useless fucking stalemate of a war. 1,000 drones, 7 Ukrainians killed. Russia's slacking. Jesus Christ. Can Ukraine wipe these fucks up already? Just make greater Ukraine or something. This happens on a daily basis. Yeah, the war continues. Sure does suck that Trump gave Russia a fuck ton of money by lessening sanctions on Iran, thereby allowing them to move more oil through the strait than they did before and sell it at a higher price and trade more with Russia. Very unfortunate. These lines are never fucking moving. They're on the brink of either killing as many soldiers as Russia can replace or possibly even more. Drones have completely overtaken everything. People are more valuable than drones, especially in the low birth rate world we occupy. Every nation's birth rate is too low to sustain like traditional long-term warfare. You can't draft enough people. There are literally not enough humans. Nobody's having enough kids, except for Israel. Ugh. The last big like person-to-person warfare is going to be in Africa, because that's the only region of the world where enough neighboring countries have high birth rates. But in the rest of the world, and then eventually in Africa too, it's all just going to be trading drones back and forth. Every country will spend 30% of their GDP demolishing machines in the middle of a no man's land. Ultra kill lore? Yeah. Zelensky says Russia is losing up to 35,000 soldiers a month. Hurry up! Why was Orwell right about this? Orwell was right about, like, everything. The problem is the reading comprehension devil kills most people who attempt to read his stuff. Isn't that better than humans dying? Kinda not, no. At least humans dying makes the war stop. The human cost of war is the only reason we don't do it forever. Like, if the only cost to war is economic, then it's just kind of like a big vacuous pit that everyone dumps money and resources into while the world gets poorer and poorer. Which is what's happening right now, you know? Well, I'm glad they're making some territorial gains. Ukraine, I mean, not Russia. New defense minister of Ukraine, quite a young guy, is looking to ramp up those numbers to 50K, looking to create 7 to 8 million drones in 2026. Yeah, it's unfortunately, like, the human cost of war seems to be the only reason that it doesn't get engaged in forever. Like, a good way of putting this is Russia and Ukraine are close to peer nations militarily, which is funny. But, like, a better way of pointing out how damaging it is to only have drones fronted rather than people, look at Israel. Israel just non-stop slaughters people around them because they can do it from afar without having to commit soldiers to it. Now, if Israel had to put boots on the ground every time they wanted to kill people, that would be a quick deterrent. How quickly they pulled out of Lebanon, you know, right after October 7th. They moved in, then they didn't want that smoke. They moved right the fuck out. No, only death quells nationalist ambitions. Lots and lots and lots of death. It's really just a question of whether the death is delivered unto the people that the nationalists want killed or the nationalists themselves. It'd be nice if we theoretically had some kind of global rules-based order where a I don't know, some kind of greater unity of nations applied laws that directed states to not engage in this kind of behavior. I mean, it would be like, theoretically that'd be pretty cool. Maybe some kind of league of countries, if you could imagine that. Some kind of League of Legends. That's right. You got it. You got it. Yeah, they say it right here. Vladimir Putin appears wary of a public outcry that would stem from a full-scale mobilization. Putin's afraid of conducting a full mobilization. He's looking for other ways. Russia's been trying to delay the consequences of the number of casualties they're incurring in this conflict by primarily drafting people from ethnic minority regions. Actually, is there an article on that? Racial composition of Russian conscriptions. Maybe I should look for mobilizations instead? Yeah. Russian conscripts and mobilized troops are disproportionately drawn from ethnic minority regions, particularly in Siberia, the Far East, and the Caucasus. The thing is, like, nobody in Russia is breeding, and Russia is racist. They want to preserve their white population, so they're trying to avoid sending fertile young males from, you know, the relatively white regions over into the Donbass. Whereas, like, they're perfectly happy taking them from, like, Siberia. North Korea has also been giving them troops. Yes, that's true. Mobile internet in Russia is basically gone. Yeah, they've shut down Telegram. They've been cracking down on the internet. Russia's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse until they accept they can't continue this war. They're sending lots of Dagestanis and Chechens. Yeah, all of the undesirables. What if it seems most of Russia doesn't even feel the consequence of the war? Most of Russia doesn't feel the consequence of the war because most of Russia is like a fucking endless. It's a wasteland. It's like a feudal wasteland. You know, it's like so much of Russia. It's towns and cities. They're just out nowhere doing nothing. And they're so underdeveloped too, barely modernized. Isn't that theoretically a silver lining? Like, eventually they do have to acknowledge they can't continue the war. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that the human cost ultimately is greater, you know? I guess another way of putting it is that the strength of a country or of an empire at the end of the day comes down mostly to how many people they have. That's kind of the main... It's not the only determining factor, but that's a really, really big one. And a country like Russia, which is already headed for a massive demographic crisis, like a huge population decline, is more keenly aware of that. Why is Russia even doing this? And for a penny. So demographics is destiny thing? No, demographics is destiny is said by neo-Nazis who claim that people's racial characteristics, and that's the demographic they're referring to, determine the fate of a country. Whereas I'm saying that if there's less people in a country, that means there's less people in a country. By that logic, Israel should be way weaker than it is, given it's only 10 million people or so. Yeah, it's 10 million backed by trillions of dollars of U.S. equipment and military funding. And like it wasn't just any 10 million people. It was largely 10 million Europeans who came over, bringing an enormous amount, relatively, both of wealth then and connections in the like post Nakba colonization period, because they operated as a forward military base. Not to mention, every single Israeli citizen has to join up with the IDF. They get tons and tons of free weapons from us. Like they're not exactly playing on a fair, you know, fair level. And nukes. And nukes. Give me the population pyramid. This is 2022. So this is before the war. Ooh. Here, where's a more modern one? 2025. Yeah, there's a more modern one. Really rough stuff. How should it look? Not like this. Russia stopped providing this demographic info too. Yeah. Ideally, you want like a rounded base. Like America is not in a good position for in its demographic pyramid, but like we look so much healthier than Russia does. The pyramid is supposed to taper off the closer you get to the top. So if we follow this trend and the population continues to decline as it is, Russia's going to end up with like half the current population. Just a wasteland, more so than it already is. China's way worse than Russia. Well, China's different because they had the one-child policy. They don't really have a rounded one. Theirs is more of a they straightened it off deliberately, but they did that on purpose, you know? The most fucked country is South Korea. They're not even at half of replacement levels. Look at the demographics of South Korea. It's genuinely apocalyptic. Look at that. Look at how small that is at the base. No new children are being born. National suicide, yeah. For comparison, this is the United States back in 1960, when we were having the baby boom. Lots and lots of kids being born. Basically, like, almost half the population was 19 or younger back then. Whereas if you look at South Korea today, like, I don't know, maybe 1/10 of the population is 19 or younger? Maybe? Possibly? The most common age is like 55. And the second most common age is like 65. Jesus. Why is this gendered? Well, women tend to live longer. So there tend to be more women at the upper ages. Nobody is of working age. Yep, it's going to be a problem in Russia too. If nobody's of working age, how do you have soldiers, you know? How do you have builders? How do you have workers? You need people working. Israel's looks great. Yeah, unfortunately, yes. But Israel's population pyramid is exploding mostly due to the, what are they called, Haredi Jews? The ones that do nothing all day except fuck and read the Torah. Like 1/3 of the population of the births, I think, are to this. Yeah, like the ones who won't work, the women work, sure, yeah, but like the guys do nothing. They're useless. They don't get conscripted. Secular Jews also have a higher birth rate than much of the West, I hear. Well, they're doing a settler colonial thing. It'll even out eventually. Is this a healthy population pyramid? Palestine 2020? Well, not enough people make it to old age, but you know, they do be fucking in Palestine, or they did be fucking. This is from 2020. But yeah, no. It turns out that when you're getting bombed all the time, and if you approach the fence that surrounds your colony, you get shot. You, like, tend to fuck, I guess. Healthy isn't healthy too. The Earth is limited. Population growth has to stop somewhere. Sure, and I'm fine with, like, some level of shift downwards, I guess. Oh God, guys, don't do this to me again. I really don't understand why this is an issue. People move around throughout history. Population, area, or nation does not have to infinitely go up. Okay, learn about what happens to the areas where population drops by half over 50 years. Yeah, it has happened over history. Go look it up. Look up what happens. It's sure. I mean, if we're deferring to historical precedent, then go look at the consequences of depopulation. It's economically ruinous, socially ruinous, you know? Go to, like, Little America, go to West Virginia, go to the towns all the young people left. Oh, it's just the population dropping. These places are dead. It's not good. It's not good. No. It's fine for the population to, like, slowly taper, but the problem is that most of the world, literally within the span of like 50 years, went from having like 4 children per family to having 1. That's insane. That's an insane whiplash. You're dropping the repopulation rate by 3/4, you know? That's way too much of a whiplash. If it was like over time, it shifted from like 2.6 to 2.4, and it like slowly, like, okay, whatever, you know, that's not anywhere near as big of a deal. We got fun tech now. That's true. It's those dang iPhones. It'll hurt rural areas more than cities, so it's good. That's true. It does kind of suck that, like, no one gets to grow up in neighborhoods full of kids anymore. Like, every kid is the one kid on the block. Suburban or urban. Every kid, if you're a kid, you see other kids, like, in school and daycare. But it used to be, when you were a kid, all you had to do to see kids was walk outside. They were everywhere. You know, they were all over the place. But now you have to go to like the special, like, kid box, the school, to see the kids, and you only get to see them for a bit, and then you go home and your parents have to like keep an eye on you while you, I don't know, fucking play with an iPad or whatever. No one trick or treats anymore because there's no kids. This would be less of an issue if we had walkable neighborhoods. Yeah, but also, like, there are no kids. Like, Japan has walkable neighborhoods, you know? Tokyo has walkable neighborhoods, but there are no kids. So, you know, they're walkable so old people can get around without a car. There's enough people in Africa to repopulate the West, so it'll be fine. Yeah, for now, but eventually the population graph's going to taper off in Africa, too. Why don't you lead by example? You're all my children. Not gonna lie, I blame capitalism. Yeah, but unfortunately, the population drop-off is happening in non-capitalist countries too. Well, I guess every country is capitalist, but like, it's happening in North Korea. It's happening in Saudi Arabia. It's happening everywhere. I think it's technology. Mostly technology. It's a lot of stuff. Feathering fiction. I don't know, man. Umineko was a lot. Could have probably had 2/3 of it cut. Even Disney's pivoting away from children due to population decline. Yeah. It's one of the reasons we all have to hold Disney adults with such contempt. I don't know. Disneyland and the stuff Disney makes was always for kids, but now there are no kids. So it's just like cloying millennials with, you know, parent issues. I don't know, man. Saw a Bluey event and like 90% of the audience were adults. It's probably not good. Could also be far-right influencers raising a generation of unfuckable guys. Again, this is happening everywhere on Earth. Everywhere on Earth. Every single country on the planet is dropping below replacement rate for their births. It's not. It goes so far beyond any one issue. It's not really solvable. I think it's the dang iPhones first and foremost, not Vietnam. I don't know Vietnam replacement rate. Vietnam's at 2.1 children. They're barely at replacement. I guess they've been holding steady for a while. That's good. That looks healthy, yeah. I doubt they'll hold the pattern for long, though. The UAE's pyramid's insane. Well, they're like a slave state. Yeah. They're a slave state, so it's all young men. No one's fucking in the UAE. Importing aliens? I'm down. The Disney adult thing does piss me off, though. Child-free millennials and Gen Zers are now as commonplace at Disney parks as families with kids. Disney plans to invest $60 billion in the park. Ah, man, I had that whole talk about like needing to be more elitist and how we need to engage with more media that challenges us. And then there was a post on the Reddit that I think the person deleted because I can't find it now, where they were like, "It's kind of weird that Vosh made a whole tangent about needing to consume more challenging media, but couldn't think of any," which is completely fair. I guess, like, I don't know. Maybe it's not even about challenging. I get, like, I wouldn't, I don't know. This is like the easiest pull in the world. Like Neon Genesis Evangelion. You're not like a brain genius if you figure it out or whatever. But like putting aside the pretentious hat for a second, you know, obviously NGE requires more mental engagement than like every Marvel movie, right? I think everyone would agree, right, with that. I guess. I think hopefully there's no contrarian who would argue against that. So I don't know. I get it's just this it's this feeling I have. I don't think that like every time you wake up and you engage with a piece of media like a TV show or movie or whatever, that it has to be some fucking like insane masterpiece, some like Synecdoche of New York, you know, Lynchian master. You don't need to be watching like the like every movie has to be The Shining or whatever. I don't think that's true, okay? But I guess like my hope would be that people would aspire to higher stuff. You know what I mean? Like maybe only 1 in 10 or 1 in 20, but every once in a while you're like, I'm gonna try this weird art movie or this TV show or this book, and it like really it's really requires you to like pay attention to it, you know, and you engage with it and you grow as a person a little bit. And I guess the thing that I despair over isn't that people consume slop, because people have always consumed slop. The thing I despair over is that people no longer aspire to engage with the good stuff now and again, you know? Because I think if we went back 100 years, the average person probably mostly consumed slop, but I bet you there was a collective respect for reading Dickens or whatever, to use the common example, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, there was like an understanding broadly that that is a good thing to try for. We have gotten more anti-intellectual. Not in the sense that people have gotten stupider, which isn't like necessarily the case. That's kind of complicated, I think. I just think that we have less respect for the virtue of being educated. Because I think if you go, even if you went back like 400 years or whatever, like back in the feudal times, I think that back then, like people must have revered education because fucking like 10 people were educated. You know what I mean? Like if you were a regular French peasant and you went to Paris and you saw you went to a monastery and there were a bunch of like monk scholars there and they were like well read and they were like reading and writing in Latin and stuff. I feel like the average person would be like, holy shit, that's goated, you know? I mean they might be derisive because the like clergy were full of pederasts and homosexuals and stuff. I'm not saying that everyone respected intelligence like all the time or whatever. I'm just saying that I feel like nowadays 99% of people would see somebody reading, you know, I keep saying Dickens, whatever, I don't know, fucking any shit, any old shit. Even like Grapes of Wrath, even like a book you would have gotten assigned in middle school. If you looked at somebody, I think, man, and I think I'm part of it too. I would think like performative. If I saw a person reading Dostoevsky or whatever, I totally blank how to pronounce the name. I feel like my first thought would be performative. So maybe I'm part of the problem. The performative thing pisses me off. Yeah, I guess it does. Isn't the performative accusation just a way of attacking people for trying? Isn't it just a reframing of cringe? Oh, that person's trying too hard. Okay, maybe you should try harder. Jane Austen was a popular novel back then, and the vocab in it was so much more advanced than what we have now. Yeah. Even like The Lord of the Rings. The Lord of the Rings was a super mega hit when it released, and when it was finally like broadly published in America. It was a very, very popular book. But I don't think the average person could read Lord of the Rings now. Like they would understand the words in Lord of the Rings, but I don't think they would enjoy the experience of reading it. Even though Lord of the Rings is like not a hard read, it's just very dense and pretty long. But there's nothing in it that's like a difficult read. But I think a lot of people would have a hard time reading it now. I've not read A Song of Ice and Fire. No. Matthew, film guy, watches challenging films on TV. I just worry that I won't like a lot of challenging films because I've tried to engage with like French cinema in the past, you know, more like quote unquote challenging movies. And the main vibe that I took from them was that like, these are sad. I don't like it. It wasn't like an unwillingness to engage with the material. It just feels like every time a filmmaker wants to do something profound, they make it sad. And it's like, I don't know. Surely there are profound ways of being happy. You know what I mean? I see. It's again. It's not the depth of the material necessarily. Up does both. I wouldn't say Up is challenging. Still good, but you are literally arguing you don't like emotional hooks in writing. Why are you being what is the uncharitability? Why? Where is that? I think you're being performatively uncharitable. Did I say that? Did I say I don't like emotional hooks in writing? I don't recall saying that. Yeah, but conflict is what drives plot. Dog, I'm not anti. What is with you? Okay, reading comprehension, devil. I'm slitting my throats to summon it from hell. To fucking take them out with me. What are you guys talking about? Holy shit. I'm talking about sad movies, not about movies with conflict. I believe it's the unwillingness to engage with and do an analysis of the material, even if it's slop, that's the problem. There's an element of truth to that. I think so. It's kind of like the media literacy thing, where what matters more than the source of the media is how you interpret it. Like, you could, a big brain genius could watch fucking Zootopia and come away with a bunch of interesting stuff to say. But you do need that to be nourished, right? Like, a really well-read person could read basically anything and come away with interesting stuff to say, but you need to have read some interesting stuff in order to become the kind of person who could do that. Because I think the average person would watch Zootopia and they'd be like, you know, oh, that was fun. I like this, I like that, surface level thematic engagement. But like you know, Zizek, just to pull from, because Thana mentioned Zizek earlier, could say some very interesting stuff. But Zizek got to that point by writing and reading, you know? Bagheera's started again. Basically, what I'm saying is I feel like that ogre from that one Bale Buddies drawing. Was it an ogre? What was it again? Me stupid. Me read Ulysses and not understand deeper. Where is that? Orc? Was it an orc? Okay, where's that damn image? Yeah, here we go. Orc can't read Ulysses. I worry I'm turning into this. Everyone call Ogre stupid, and it true. Ogre barely even literate. Ogre finally finished reading Ulysses, but Ogre can only identify surface-level themes like religion and nationalism, and can't comprehend deeper ideas like the remorse of conscience that make James Joyce's novel a modernist classic. Ogre's so dumb it make Ogre sad. At this rate, Ogre will never understand Finnegan's Rate. It was an Ogre. You should challenge yourself, but I'm not reading Ulysses. Yeah, how fucking... 750 pages long. I guess that's not like crazy long, but it's pretty long, you know. I'm not going to start with that. I'm not going to read fucking Ulysses right away. I used to get Ulysses confused so much with the Odyssey and the Iliad. Like I would in my mind I would mix up the Iliad and Ulysses. So it would be the Odyssey and Ulysses. So I got really confused when I first read this meme. Name them too similar? Yeah, big problem. Not good. Vosh, barely even literate. Vosh, no understand theme, no. Concepts like population decline and what's a good other one? Population decline. What's another Disney adult? Wrap it up. Bagheera, why are you yelling? What are you yelling about? I'm not gonna fucking start with Ulysses, dog. You think there's a stigma against adults reading fantasy novels? I don't know. Don't people read A Song of Ice and Fire and stuff? That's probably fine. It's good. What if I'm just dumb and I suck at media analysis and I just don't want to ruin my enjoyment by overanalyzing the moment? Can I listen? Enjoy what you enjoy. I just think that my problem is that most of the stuff that is made is fucking boring. There's a technical enjoyment that you can get from, like, I don't know, a good action scene, but the plot beats for most stories are like the same. Like, you can call out what's going to happen in basically every story. Every movie you watch, every TV show. I think this is one of the reasons I really enjoyed Pluribus, and I think a lot of other people did too. You never knew what was going to happen in the next episode of Pluribus. You had no idea. And that's not just because, you know, Vince Gilligan's throwing random shit at the wall or whatever. It's because the plot is structured in a way that breaks from the conventional, you know, the conventional, like, narrative arc. But now, I don't know, you watch most stuff, and I think that's a lot of that because a lot of stuff made for, like, kids as well. Any Marvel movie or whatever, obviously, they're all made for kids. They're all made for kids. Any animated movie, I don't know. It's not as much of an issue with books. More of a movie thing. Movies are short. You want fandom? This is normal. All the weird autistic people on Tumblr do this. Who the fuck do you think you're talking? Who do you think? I'm not even getting into this. Is Chad always this retarded? Yes. More soldiers to the Middle East. Hold on, I have to clear tabs. Bagheera, if you want attention, the only way for you to get it is to come in here because I can't move from here. Bagheera, hey. Hey. No, she's gone. Oh, this subject again? No, it's okay, Miss Genderlin. We're being a little bit less contentious this time. A little bit less contentious, in my opinion, you know. So far. Have you played Slay the Princess? Yes. Well, I've watched other people play it, which is the same because it's not a real game. Thousands more soldiers to the Middle East. More paratroopers. The soldiers' deployment follows Reuters' March 20 report about the U.S. decision to send thousands of Marines and sailors aboard the USS Boxer, an amphibious assault ship, along with its Marine Expeditionary Unit and accompanying warships to the Middle East. USS Boxer. What's the carrying capacity of this goddamn... A Wasp-class amphibious assault ship? Well, I spent plenty of time in the Persian Gulf. How many, 1687 Marine Detachment? Yeah. 1,687 troops, Marine Detachment. That is just not a lot of people. Maybe a dumb question. Why don't I see any of the U.S. military refusing illegal orders? I don't know, because fucking modern war is gay as fuck. Nowadays, war is like one pilot or a drone pilot or whatever. It's not like you're sending 300,000 people in to storm a hill or whatever. It used to be... There used to be more direct opportunities for moral conflict where people could have opinions about this sort of thing. What counts as illegal orders is also really slippery, and deployment isn't usually one of them. That's also true, yeah. We still have Kowalski in chat, right? Wait a second. I recognize this guy. The Yeehaw cowboy hat man. I recognize this fella.
It's not just oil and gas prices. The war in Iran is also having a significant impact on the price of fertilizer, and that's adding even more pressure to American farmers. The Middle East is home to some of the world's largest fertilizer plants. About a third of the world's fertilizer actually passes through the Strait of Hormuz. And the timing here, as farmers are preparing for their spring planting season, that too is important. Higher prices to grow and to transport your food, of course, can also drive up the prices that you pay at the grocery store. Joining me now is John Boyd Jr. He's the founder and president of the National Black Farmers Association. John, it's good to have you back with us this morning. I mean, just walk us through. I was struck by, it's my understanding that most U.S. farms do use fertilizer made in North America, but there was one corn and soybean farmer from Illinois who told CNN he can't even get a price at this point on a key fertilizer component because prices are rising so quickly. What are you seeing?
Well, you know, price of fertilizer is up 40%. That's anywhere between $140 and $200 a metric ton. And for the average farmer in this country, that's going to mean an additional $100,000 bottom line cost in this country. And, what's alarming to me is we have, what my staff told me this morning, 194 farm foreclosures pending. And we can't get the help to help them, but we have $1 billion a day for this war. And the reception we're getting from corporate America and foundations is deplorable that they're not coming to the aid of these farmers that are in foreclosure. So here we, on top of all that, now we $1 a gallon for diesel fuel, and I have a tractor.
Farmers Association. Thanks so much for being here with us. I really appreciate it. So on the fertilizer piece of this, just to start with, the U.S. makes most of its own fertilizer right here at home. So break down for us why a shipping lane on the other side of the world still hits American farmers this hard.
Why don't they build a canal to bypass Strait? Because building a canal that big ships can go through takes years and years and years, and like tons of people and equipment, and Iran could just bomb it, and also it would take years.
Yeah, definitely. What we see is that American farmers are still heavily dependent on inputs for abroad. And that
also, even if we built a new strait, they could just bomb that one too. Like, the new strait would only be some distance away from the old strait, and the drones could still reach that.
Fertilizers is one of them. Even with all our domestic production, we have not been able to be completely self-reliant and self-sufficient. And we have seen those shocks before. For example, when the war in Ukraine started, we saw also a spike on fertilizer prices. So even we would like to have more resilient, domestic resilient production for fertilizers, we're still heavily dependent on the ones from abroad.
Okay, so when the Strait of Hormuz shut down and fertilizer, not just fertilizer, but fuel prices as well started going through the roof, I mean, what were farmers telling you?
We're definitely hearing that farmers are just more concerned about the increasing cost of production. Increase on fuel prices trickle down to increased prices and volatility in other prices against the food supply chain and in the production chain that farmers use. Anything that needs to be transported to the United States internally and domestically will see an increase in prices because it is just more expensive to transport that input for the farm, let that be mechanization, let that be fertilizer, let that be seeds, or many other inputs that farmers use. It's just more expensive to get it to where the farmer needs, where it's coming from. So all that trickles down to an increaser cost of production.
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, the cost is going up. I mean, many farmers here, I guess at this time, as I mentioned, it's...
All right, that's enough. We're not getting anything in depth from here. Not this time.
So, no, I understand what he means. He says, he would have liked to
have
captured
actually live.
more.
Don't be fooled.
I'm not capturing so much as removing. We're removing thousands of people. And many are self-deporting because we're going after them so powerfully that they're self-deporting, Tom. Going back, I think that's one of the big unkept secrets. We have thousands and thousands of people, and they're self-deporting. They're going back to where they came from. But what we want really is the criminals. We're really focused on those criminals, getting them out. Yeah.
What's your message right now to Democrats and also to Americans that are stuck in airports? It's really devastating watching it online because Democrats won't fund DHS.
What's devastating?
Your message to Americans right now stuck in airports as we speak because Democrats won't.
Well, they just don't. They won't. Look, this is a deal that was done in the Great Big Beautiful Deal, which gave you the biggest tax cuts ever. Including no tax on tips and no tax on Social Security for the seniors. Think of it, no tax on overtime, tax deductions when you buy a car, you take money, you pay interest on the money, you deduct it. We've never had that for people buying cars, if it's an American car, only if it's an American car. But they are just They stick together, the Democrats. I tell you, I give them great credit for that. We have some that they're not good stickers. We have guys like Tom Massey in Congress, who's terrible. He's just terrible, terrible person. I call him Rand Paul Jr. But they don't vote. Rand Paul, rarely votes for stuff. He likes me, says I'm a great president. He said the other day, I'm a great president, one of the greatest presidents. But I said, do me a favor, vote for us and don't call me a great. I'd rather have the vote than the statement. But we have people that don't stick together, and those people hopefully will someday be gone. The thing I most respect about the Democrats, even on horrible policy, they stick together. What they do have, though, is horrible policy. Transgender for everyone, open borders, men and women's sports. They have
I never
the worst
get tired
policy
of hearing that
you can imagine. And so whether they stick together or not, I mean, they have just this terrible policy. We have great policy. Republicans have great policy. We have common sense policy, but it's great policy. That's our biggest advantage, is our policy is correct. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Say it.
Are you encouraging our allies in the Gulf to be more involved in the Iran operation?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but more NATO. I think our Gulf allies have been pretty good, to be honest with you. UAE's been hit so hard. He got hit by 1,400 rockets, shot them all out of the air with our great Patriot missiles. Think of it, they shot 100 missiles at one of our aircraft carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, one of the biggest ships in the world, actually. And out of 101 missiles shot, every single one of them was knocked down in the sea. Think of that. Think of what that means. 101 missiles, highly sophisticated, very fast missiles shot. Out of 101, all 101 were shot down, and now, for the most part, lie at the bottom of the sea. And pretty amazing, right? Pretty amazing. Our military is amazing, Pete. You know the attack I'm talking about recently? 101 shot. I said, wow. I saw that. You can see we have sort of pretty good equipment that we see. It's called the red line. Those red lines were thick, right? I said, that's a lot. And then we saw them one by one just get shot. And these guys that do the shooting, the coolest cucumbers ever. You know, most people, you don't have a lot of time. When a missile's going at 2,500 miles an hour, I don't care how far away it is, you don't have a lot of time. But I watched them sit down and think. Great students, MITs, a lot of MITs, a lot of guys like this. They're not as much into the muscle as they are this one right here. And amazing to watch them perform under great pressure, because they have a matter of seconds to do it. If they don't do it properly, it's a big problem, you know, because these were very powerful missiles coming.
I'm having a difficult time dealing with the media and the news cycle today, I'm not going to lie. I woke up to the damn Chainsaw Man chapter. I woke up sleepy. I'm always sleepy. I'm having a hard time with the news cycle today, man. This shit doesn't mean Israel Man chapter 232, yeah. I mean this with no offense, but why are so many of your chatters so bad at understanding you? Because sadly I've promoted a culture of skepticism and inquiry by virtue of having been a debate lord in my heyday. I've cultivated a specific kind of autism. It's okay, it's fine. I deserve the ribbing. Ever get checked for sleep apnea? Shut up! Oh my God.
Let's begin this morning at the chaos at airports all across the country. ICE agents are now filling in for TSA officers in at least 4.
No, they're not. They're not doing any of the shit TSA does. They're just standing around.
14 of the nation's major airports. Wait times at security checkpoints are soaring as a record number of TSA agents call out of work. And this all comes as TSA officers are going without pay due to that partial DHS shutdown. So let's bring in CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry, who's been at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta all morning long. So Skylar, during the morning show, we were tracking your progress through the line. Talk to me about how it went and what's it looking like right now.
Yeah, well, you know, I think to say that we are back to normal may be a little premature, but there is certainly a minimal wait time as it relates to the main checkpoint here at Hartsfield-Jackson. Folks are getting through these security checkpoints in about roughly 30 minutes or so. Earlier today, that morning rush is where we saw those long lines, especially in TSA pre-check that snaked all the way outside of the airport in and of itself, as many people were trying to make sure that they got here early enough so that they didn't have to either miss or rebook their flight going forward. Really what we have seen all across the country is this game of whack-a-mole, if you will, right, in terms of log jams happening in these airports, especially what we're seeing as it relates to images out of Houston, Texas, and New Orleans, some cases here in Atlanta, where these lines stretch so
plenty of cases in Atlanta. Atlanta's airport line it's been real bad over there.
Far because the number of TSA callouts have hit the highest levels ever since this partial government shutdown began. Here in Atlanta, more than 40% of TSA officers called out on Sunday. Those numbers continue to be relatively high yesterday. We should also point out that they expect those numbers to continue to increase as those TSA officers are on track.
I know we're not watching CBS News, but you'll see the same from any other news outlet. I love how nobody's pointing out that this is happening because of the Republicans. It's just, oh, it's just happening, you know. Hey, Vermin, yeah, I did yesterday. Fucking insane. One air traffic controller active at the entire goddamn airport. LaGuardia. Apparently, Trump killed a deal that would have funded TSA without funding ICE. Yeah, that sounds like him.
Senator Cruz and I came up with a plan. We said, look, it's a two-step process. The Democrats have offered to open up everything but ICE. Ted and I said, okay, let's accept their offer.
And as always, Democrats are completely leaving the political capital they would otherwise get from this on the table by not acknowledging why it's happening. You know, Democrats should be screaming that this is a Trump airport shutdown. Trump lines. They should call them Trump lines, you know? But they won't. They don't. They're too busy sucking Israel off. Fucking Gavin Newsom, presumptive 2028 Democratic primary candidate. Too busy saying he reveres the state of Israel.
And then at the same time, we would offer a bill for reconciliation where we don't need any.
They're winning on this right now, though? Yeah, imagine how hard they'd be winning if they were even remotely effective.
Democratic votes to do whatever we wanted to do with ICE. And that way we're out of the shutdown and DHS is back open. We submitted that, Senator Cthulhu submitted that to President Trump, as is his right. He said no. No deals with the Democrats. It would have worked. We could have had TSA paid by the end of the week, but the president said no deal. Senator Cruz and I...
Nice. Appreciate him confirming that. It's like Trump shutting down that attempt at a bipartisan border funding bill from Biden. Real opposition party would put that clip in ads. Yeah, it would be like Kennedy's voice superimposed over a montage of people slowly moving through lines at JFK or Atlanta or whatever. It'd be so easy, man. So easy. If you were running in Georgia or New York or whatever else. And a shot of Trump boarding his private jet. Yes. If you think you're black-pilled, imagine the average fucking congressional Democrat. These people act like there is no these people act like there's no more democracy or civil society, you know? What's the point of public participation? Nothing means anything. Hyper nihilistic.
Sound like adults to me, even though they are sort of children, right? They'll always be your children. But I hate to say it, but we killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them. And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was...
If you don't see our questions, do you prefer us to shut up or keep asking? You're incorrect. I do see your questions. So if I don't answer, it's a conscious choice. Now, so given that information, you can decide whether I would prefer you give up on it or keep spamming the chat with the same question.
I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust...
Especially you. And I'm... It's okay. I do see the messages. There's just a lot of people in chat.
Activists that
Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. It's okay. There's no need to fight. There was no hate or malice. I'm sorry. You don't need to be sorry. There was no malice. Your only crime was being enthusiastic. And that's no crime at all. Interesting framing in that article. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, man. They want you to believe it's illegal to make declarative statements in media. World screwed unless powers like the EU ultimately come to the conclusion that we cannot be trusted. Yeah, the problem is that like a lot of people have operated under the delusion that the European Union and its constituent nations are like more reasonable than the United States. In a way, actually, they're less democratic. Like, to put it another way, the United States, as unpopular as Trump is, at the very least, the MAGA base supports him. Who supports Keir Starmer, right? It's been like that in the UK for over a decade, just like a revolving door for the prime ministership. No one supports what he does. Mears supports what we're doing in Iran. Macron is super unpopular. Keir Starmer's not in the EU. You're right, I should have said European. Yeah, not EU. Yeah, I should have said European. Macron is super unpopular and also supports us, you know? Do you think the EU could have a person like Trump? They already have. In Italy, in the United Kingdom, they've already had people like Trump. Trump isn't special. It's just another delusional boomer right-winger, you know? There's lots of people like Trump. The only reason people focus on Trump's so special, is because of all the money and power in America, but it can happen anywhere. Italy has lesbian Trump. I was thinking Berlusconi, actually. Orban's going to be out in the upcoming election? Yeah, but like... Oh, man, I'm feeling so blackpilled today. What Orban is and what he represents will continue beyond him. Because what he represents is the deliberate deconstruction of democracy in an effort to cement capital interests. That's going to continue without him. You might get little, like, moderate reforms here and there, but the capitulation to capital continues everywhere. What's happening right now in Hungary is happening in the rest of the world, too. Managed democracy. Managed democracy, honestly, is a really, really good way of putting it. Is that a term you're borrowing from somewhere? A democracy that is allowed to exist nominally, but ultimately the outcome is kind of governed. It's from Helldivers? Oh, that's unfortunate. I think it's a good term anyway. I stand by it. Managed democracy. That works, yeah. Like, we have a real democracy here in America. The votes determine the president, but like the outcome gets shaved down to, you know, reflect an acceptable range of potential, you know, conclusions. I like that. Managed democracy. Maybe I'll, yeah. Guided democracy, also called directed democracy and managed democracy, is a formally democratic government that functions as a de facto authoritarian government, or in some cases an autocratic government. Such hybrid regimes are legitimized by elections, but these elections do not change the state's policies, motives, and goals. Kind of feels like it describes a lot, doesn't it? It sounds familiar to me, you know? So every government? I don't agree with that, because, like, if you took a look at 1932 or 36, the decision to elect FDR did a real difference. That was a real difference, you know? Like, that was a meaningful, significant shift in, like there were two paths, you know? And the FDR path meant something. There was a difference there. But nowadays, yeah, it does kind of feel like, you know, no matter what, the 3% year-over-year stock market returns are pretty much the basis of America. Like, that's the only reason this whole thing is still over, you know, over the water. Like with Israel, yeah. No one likes Israel. It's take billions and decades of propaganda to get Americans to like Israel as much as they do now, and they're historically unpopular. Voters are too polarized and unmovable for large radical changes like FDR. Nobody can ever get the needed majorities. Yeah, but even if you did, they would just shift. Like, Obama didn't do shit about Wall Street. Biden didn't do shit about shit. You know, nothing ever happens. Even if you can't get the majority. So you always can't get the majorities now. And the reason you can't get the majorities is because of polarization from media companies that are run by the same people that are lobbying the fucking politicians. Like, the people who are making sure that half of America is being buffeted with nonstop conservative propaganda are the same people going up to the politicians who those motherfuckers go ahead and elect and telling them, like, what bill they're meant to vote for, you know? The concept's related to semi-democracy, also known as anocracy. Never heard that term. Your votes change the politicians, but not the policies. For me, I think the clearest example of that is Iran. You know? Like, Democrats are not hawkish on Iran, but for some reason, no one was saying shit, apropos of nothing. Kamala Harris got up there during the 2024 campaign. Not only did she refuse to back off of Israel in any sense, but also she said that Iran was America's greatest threat. No, the fuck it isn't. They literally don't have a single weapon that can hit us. It being a big threat to Israel and it being a big threat to America are two very different things. And the blurring of that line is part of the problem. Saying we can't get a majority is just a lie. There's a lot of things statistically people want that we don't have. There are lots of policies that are really popular that just don't happen, you know? For one, support for Israel, despite having been heavily managed by the capital class, you know, not popular now, certainly not with Democrats. I guess, like, the clearest line isn't really what we get done nationally. It's more, why are the Democrats opposed to so many policies that their voters support? You know? We don't even talk about healthcare reform anymore. Healthcare reform was a big topic back in, like, 2016. It's been 10 years. Nothing changed. It only got worse. Between now and 2016, all that's happened, we've had, like, Medicaid cuts and stuff. It's only gotten worse since then. We don't even talk about it now. I note America isn't on the list of guided democracies. Same in European countries, eternal austerity measures even though everyone hates it. Yeah, it's super fucking weird that from the 1990s onward, every single European country was like, this one academic paper said that we have to do austerity. It's the only way for us to survive. And it turns out that paper was just fake. Like, it was false. There was a data error in it. It was completely fake. But it was used as the basis so many justifications for austerity politics, and those austerity politics have ruined Europe. France, especially the United Kingdom and Germany to an extent, have been like gutted under austerity. These countries are worse than they were 30 years ago. And Italy, absolutely, and Italy, yeah. Neoliberals used it as a justification to just rake a scythe over these countries. And coincidentally, the wealthy are much wealthier than they were before. So it's like, I don't know, and here's the genuine question. Would you consider that a democratic outcome? Nobody voted for austerity. It was a set of policies pushed by very wealthy lobbyists and their neolib economic professor, underlings. Nobody voted for it. Everyone across the board pushed for it politically, like the liberals, the conservatives, everyone, every party, all the major parties across the major countries of Europe, they all started pushing for austerity, even though it was based on fake info. It was a complete lie. So where was the democracy? It wasn't informed by a real material need. It wasn't informed by any change in the real material circumstances these countries experienced. It was imposed upon them multilaterally in a bipartisan fashion, or multi-partisan, whatever. These countries don't all have two parties. What is austerity? Austerity is the idea of like cutting government spending, like tightening the rope. We're not going to be able to spend as much in the NHS or on like housing development or subsidies or whatever. It's like part of a broader policy of privatization, a deference towards corporate interests. Belt tightening, that's the term, belt tightening. Ooh, we're just France. We don't have the money. We have to tighten our belts. You know why it's called belt tightening, by the way? Because you starve, so you lose weight. Belt tightening, like you lose weight, so your pants no longer fit, so you have to tighten your belt to keep them up. That was the like cheery phrase they used to describe why they were cutting these programs. A euphemism that refers to starving people until their clothes don't fit anymore. Less wealthy countries get hit by austerity. Austerity isn't always bad. Sometimes it's justifiable economically, like to an extent Greece. Asterisk. Greece got fucked by the EU. But this happened in the UK, France, and Germany. Why? They were wealthy countries. They are wealthy countries. It was fake. It was all fake. So isn't it just the logical consequence of conservatism? Capitalism. But yes. It all started with economists who don't know how a country operates, claiming they could run it like a business. But here's the thing. They were lying. When all of these economists and all of these politicians all at once were like, ooh, we have no choice. We have to cut social spending and give money to capital class and privatize. When they all did that all at once, it was not because all of them were suddenly swayed by this like one paper. Like as if these people base their decision-making in evidence. We're talking conservatives here, okay? They take their political policy from prophetic dreams, all right? Like, oh, this one, we're all suddenly policy wonks, and we're all so convinced by this one paper. What paper? Someone linked the damn paper. Or the article on how the paper was false. It was all a lie. It was like the trickle-down economics, they knew they were lying. The money wasn't going to come back. They were lying. They knew they were lying. Well, without the fear of communism, no need to service the people. It is true that the big austerity wave hit right after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Oh, sorry, no more global enemy. We no longer have to provide anything. We've basically gotten rid of international competition, so you're just going to accept whatever we give you. It might have been worth the cost to keep social services afloat like the NHS back when the Soviet Union was out there potentially challenging us. But now that there's no competition, we don't have to give you shit, dog. What? Oh, you don't like the fact that the NHS has been gutted? What country are you going to run to, you fucking retard? America? Gonna get your health care from there? Where are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? Oh, your social services are run out. Go find some better ones. Soon as you run out of international competition, India's done belt tightening, and now income inequality is worse than the British ruled era. Cool. Where is that article? Why has nobody linked the article? Oh, the paper? You did. Yeah, there you go. George Osborne plunged UK into austerity due to an error in a spreadsheet. The basic gist of it was that it was an econ paper that argued that the consequences of not doing austerity policies would lead to lowered economic growth over the long term, but it turns out that was just fake because he didn't fucking copy and paste all the right Excel spreadsheet data. That's literally it. It was like, oh, it turns out that if you include all the data points rather than only the ones he included, it's actually good. Like, not having austerity is good. Just didn't carry the two, so now it didn't carry the two, so now a continent with over 1 billion people on it has to suffer. Sorry. This freak cried at the Thatcher funeral, which again makes you wonder if a statistical error put forward by this one ghoulish Thatcherite ended up sending the entire continent into an austerity spiral. Isn't it just more likely that he lied? Like, he's a well-educated guy, and lots of people reviewed his paper, and nobody caught the obvious numerical error in the small data sheet that he was pulling information from? Osborne isn't the guy? Oh, they're saying he's the one who implemented it? Academic paper, too hard economists. Relied upon by Cameron and Osborne. Okay. I think, the point stands, though. They use this paper as a justification for like a broader policy slate. They never even looked at it. They never checked it. A lot of people looked over this paper. Lying is so strong of a stat, it's ridiculous. Yeah, strat, yeah. This guy looks like a pedophile? For sure, yeah. George Osborne plunged the UK into austerity all for nothing due to an error on an Excel spreadsheet, according to a podcaster. Yay. Because anyone could have checked this at any point. The Harvard paper on economic growth and inflation accidentally showed countries with a debt exceeding 90% of GDP would have negative growth. Anna, a podcaster, said, important to remember that whole period of shit we all went through about 12 years ago. This is all based on a Harvard paper. Actually, it had been done on a spreadsheet, and a bunch of rows of data had been missed out, which if they had been included, can't talk at all today, it would have shown the economy wouldn't shrink. Didn't need austerity at all for nothing, sorry to be a downer. This same paper was used for the entire EU or just the UK. It was the austerity. When I hear austerity, I think of it mostly in the context of the United Kingdom, but this wave absolutely influenced France and Germany as well. France, Germany, Italy, Greece. This happened everywhere. There was a big wave across the continent over like, oh, fuck, we're all spending too much on social spending. Oh, no, we all have to immediately fucking stop spending our taxes on anything. We have to, I mean, in many cases, cut taxes as well. We all have to privatize our social services. No. Especially Mers, the bastard. Yep, still doing that. And wow, you know, he's chancellor. Friedrich Merz government is pursuing an austerity of priorities by cutting social spending on pensions, healthcare, and welfare while raising defense spending and lowering taxes. Lowering taxes. Lowering taxes. We don't have enough money. We carry too much public debt. Let's see. Where are we willing to cut? Pensions, healthcare, and welfare. Where are we willing to raise money? The military-industrial complex. And let's cut taxes just to be sure. Yeah, I've heard this one before. Aren't you pro-cutting pensions? Maybe in France. France might be a little bit too pension-friendly, but they should just raise taxes on the wealthy. Yeah. France is very, very nice to their pensions. The UK as well. Germany less so than the UK and France, but the average French pensioner makes more money than the average worker in France, which is insane. They'll also strike to protect it. Probably just raise taxes on the wealthy. World Inequality Report 2026 confirms your point on austerity. Really pretty infographics from page 159 forward. 159 forward. You're giving me a big-ass document. This is my punishment for saying people need to get more literate. So what am I looking at? Top 10% and bottom 50% income shares in Algeria. Okay, well, if anything, Algeria looks like they're doing fine, like, you know, proportionally, relatively. Canada's going up. Chile. China. Give me the United States. United Kingdom. Top 10%, bottom 50% income shares. I don't know if income shares are the best way of looking at this, though, rather than like total amount of wealth held. You know, the wealthy don't make their money via income shares. Yeah, average wealth is better, but that's not what the chart is tied to. Still, even by that standard, America's divergence is pretty huge here. Average wealth for the bottom 50%, 2,647. Jesus Christ. Top 10%, 1.8 million. Bottom 50% have 1% of the wealth. Top 10% have 70% of the wealth. Dude, that's so bad. Even like compared to the United Kingdom, which is also an extremely unequal country, the bottom 50% have like 5 times as much of the wealth as the bottom 50% here in America. Third world country with a fucking Gucci belt. That makes sense, Bolshevik Y2K. Like, it's difficult to determine wealth because all of it is so abstract. 1%. I wonder how long would we have to scroll before we found another country? Look at this. The UAE, a slave state, has 4 times as much wealth held in the bottom 50%. Slave state. Turkey, 2.7. Remember, America's 1%. Thailand, 3.7. Taiwan, 4.3. Sweden, -11? I'm not sure how that works. -11. Bottom 50%, share of total percent, average wealth. So the average person in Sweden's in debt? The average person in Sweden, the bottom 50% is at 21,000 in debt. Okay, well, I get... All right. I guess that's also an option. Jeez. Very indebted because of high trust in government. What, do they all have, like, federal loans with, like, a 1% interest rate or something? I'm seeing on Twitter unconfirmed reports of a 1-month ceasefire. Would you like to link that or just talk about it? Germany's 3.4%. Link the file? Sure. All right, what's this other thing? That might be Sweden's weird long-term mortgage thing. Yeah, I don't know the details. Trump's team is pushing a fast framework deal with Iran, starting with a 1-month ceasefire, followed by talks on a 15-point plan. Okay, what is the source of this information? The proposal includes strict nuclear limits in exchange for lifting sanctions and support for civilian nuclear projects. This sounds incredibly fake to me. Right off the bat. Incredibly fake to me. Yeah, I think this is just straight up a lie. This completely. They said it's unconfirmed. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is I'm confirming it's a lie. Source N12. What do we? What's the original source? Like, let me get the article. What's N12? It's a Israeli news outlet. If they're breaking this information, that it should be on their front page, but I don't see it. Here, I found something that has the same picture. Trump's 15-point document to end the war in Iran and the fear in Israel. Source familiar says there's a mechanism to which Kushner-Witkoff's already undermining as part of the agreement. It's doubtful whether Iran will agree. Okay, yeah, so from the Clash report here, this is just straight up a complete lie. Like, here is a thing America wants. We don't know if Iran will take it, but you know, this is what we want. No, totally fake.
Well, I think we're going to end it. I can't tell you for sure. You know, I don't like to say this. We've won this. This war is...
Oh, yeah, here you go. Yeah, somebody in chat just pointed this out. Want to see why this announcement was made? Want to see why this was made? That's why. Fell for it again. Somebody close to the Trump estate just made $400 million. When this war ends, we will know because the Ayatollah will announce it. Yeah, the rubber band keeps... You should read the 15-point plan. The N12 article mentions it's impossible to read. No. It's 15. It's insane. What does this is poorly translated, but go at what you can. What does the U.S. ask Iran? Dissolution of existing nuclear capabilities that have already been accumulated. Undertaking that Iran will never sign for nuclear weapons. No material be enriched in Iranian oil. Out of use, destroyed. Atomic Energy Agency will be exposed to all Iranian information. Iran to abandon the paradigm of the proxy. This is too poorly translated to really say anything about it, unfortunately. The 15-point document is insane, and Iran will never, ever, ever agree to it. It's like Russia offering a peace deal to Ukraine that involves taking half the country.
Been won. The only one that likes to keep it going is the fake news. I mean, the New York Times, you read the New York Times, it's like we're not winning a war where they have no Navy and they have no Air Force and they have no nothing. And we literally have planes flying over Tehran and other parts of their country. They can't do a thing about it.
I mean, they did recently shoot down an F-35, but, you know, whatever. Whatever, man. If the purpose of this was market manipulation, it wasn't just a fucking Clash report. Where else did this come from? If I go on Fox, will they be mentioning it? Might have broadcasted it live, but I don't see it yet. I see Trump mentioning that Iran gave us a present. Wonder if that's part of it.
We killed all their leadership. And then they met to choose new leaders, and we killed all of them.
Trump said again, Japan sending its navy to Hormuz, but the Japanese government came out and said it's not happening. Genuine question, like, and I really mean it. What the fuck am I supposed to do in this situation? Like, what is the point of being a political commentator or analyst or whatever when this is what I have to work with? I'm not like, genuinely, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Smile and wave? Yeah, I guess so. Oil markets are no longer believing it. Yeah, they shot back up pretty much immediately, but like still they wavered from 92 down to 87, which means lots and lots and lots of money for somebody. If you have insider info, you don't have to, you know, respond quickly. You just call the market early. Iran says non-hostile ships can transit Strait of Hormuz, FT reports. Reuters could not immediately verify the report. My understanding is that right now Iran is letting tankers through the strait as long as they pay a $2 million fee in Chinese yuan. I believe that's what I heard, that Iran is allowing ships to go through, but it has to be, they're taking a toll.
And now we have a new group, and we can easily do that, but let's see how they turn out. We have really regime change. You know, this is a change in the regime because the leaders are all very different than the ones that we started off with that created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
What makes you trust them?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust you. I mean, that's only because I know you. But if I didn't know you, I'd probably have more trust. But I don't trust anyone.
Why bother?
Why do you say that? Why do you say what makes you trust? Do you think I trust them? I don't trust them.
Then why bother talking to them?
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you know, you don't know, because the leadership was killed.
There's a strange box with a ticking sound coming from inside and a bow wrapped around it.
Gone. Khomeini, all gone. As the expression goes, the past supreme leader. And then the new supreme leader was racked up, at a minimum racked up pretty good. And everyone else was gone. And then many of the people in the third tier are gone. But we're dealing with a group of people that I think turn out. And the present, the gift they made to us was very significant. And they said they were going to do it, and it happened. And they're the only ones that could have done it. Jennifer?
Was it related to the Strait of Hormuz and the flow of...
Yeah, it was related to the flow and to the strait. Yeah, it was.
Be sure to like and...
Okay. Nobody knows what the hell is going on.
So President Trump says Iran wants to make a deal, but for now, the U.S. military continues to take out regime targets. Take a look at this. Central Command posting brand new videos showing U.S. strikes blasting Iranian military targets and jets taking off from the USS Abraham Lincoln. It's also sharing dramatic new photos of a B-52 Stratofortress refueling in midair during a combat mission. CENTCOM also updating us now on the numbers. Since the start, U.S. forces have flown more than 9,000 combat flights and hit just as many targets. U.S. strikes have also damaged or destroyed more than 140 Iranian ships. President Trump put a 5-day pause on strikes against Iran's power plants, but he warns Iran that it needs to meet his demands soon.
I think the administration's been very clear. The objective is not endless war. It's decisive results. And so right now we're seeing this, not just this symbolic bombing campaign. This is the strategic dismantling of the enemy's entire ability to fight so that they can never toy with nuclear Armageddon again.
The regime is unrelenting in its strikes on civilian centers in Israel.
The fucking framing, dude. All right, guys. Now we're talking about... Okay, we're done talking about the heroic American-Israeli bombing. Switch. Okay, put the air raid siren on. All right, now we're talking about the Iranian bombings. Let's go.
Israel. You can listen to the sirens blaring across Tel Aviv as waves of missiles flew overhead. Some actually got past Israel's defenses, including one that tore through an apartment building. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yinks is in Tel Aviv now with the very latest on those strikes. Hi, Trey.
Aisha, good morning. Today, Israel is expanding its national state of emergency for at least 3 additional weeks as the Iranians continue their ballistic missile attacks against this country. Since 10 p.m. last...
Genuine question, has Trump even made his demands clear? He hasn't, right? No, he has no idea what's going on. No, he has no clue.
Night, there have been 8 different waves of missiles soaring through the skies of Israel.
I thought Israel's Iron Dome was more secure than this. Nah, there's no missile defense system that can protect you from, like, you know, thousands and tens of thousands of missiles and drones. It doesn't exist.
Here in the heart of Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv, a direct missile impact. First responders say the warhead was 220 pounds. We arrived at the scene shortly after the explosion. Right now, first responders are removing debris and rubble from the site of a direct impact in Tel Aviv. Early this morning, black smoke was billowing from the skyline here following a direct impact from an Iranian ballistic missile. You can see the side of this apartment building totally sheared off. At least 6 people were wounded in Israel's second largest city as these Iranian missile barrages continue.
Our forces arrived here after receiving dispatch to the emergency hotline. We go straight into the building, even though it's could collapse at any moment, even though the building might be on fire or there's cars on fires. That doesn't matter. What matters first when we arrive to the scene is life-saving operations.
Israeli accent, yeah. Can really tell that he's native to the region.
And take a look at this video from the West Bank. This is a Palestinian village there, and you can see an Iranian missile sticking out of the ground. A significant development as the Iranians are firing not just on Israel, the West Bank, and other regional countries. We do know the Israelis and the Americans are striking back, going after the storage facilities for these ballistic missiles. Some explosions there, CENTCOM releasing that video over the weekend. Similar Israeli strikes took place even earlier today. It comes as President Trump is indicating there are diplomatic talks underway at finding a solution to end this war.
We're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody. As good as if we went all the way and just literally annihilated the place, which if we don't have to do that, that would be a good thing, not a bad thing.
We also have some new video from inside of Iran. This is the capital of Tehran on Monday in the aftermath of those ongoing U.S. and Israeli strikes. I do want to shift your attention, though, to the north, where Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah launched more than 30...
It's casually showing a sheared-off apartment building in Tehran, but no moralizing. What's the point of even showing it, then?
I do want to shift your attention, though, to the north, where Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah launched more than 30 rockets over the border today into northern Israel, sending people there into bomb shelters. And we can report that just earlier this evening here, there were 2 Iranian missiles that soared through the skies of Lebanon. Officials here are trying to determine whether or not these missiles were aimed at the U.S. embassy or this was retaliation for the Lebanese government expelling the Iranian ambassador earlier today. Israeli officials say this has been a historic campaign against Hezbollah as they are continuing to take the fight against this large proxy group there.
Israel looks like they're going to be holding... It looks like Israel is playing for keeps this time. Not that they haven't tried before, but it looks like they're actually going to attempt to hold southern Lebanon. Already Western media is normalizing it. I think the phrasing that I saw, and I don't even remember what outlet it was Israel considering maintaining hold over southern Lebanon, as if that's not the definition of invading and annexing territory. Right, an infinite buffer zone. Yeah. Ugh. This is too much for me today. Fujimoto, why'd you do this? 1 second. I need to switch jackets, man. It is fucking cold today. This is a light jacket. 1 sec. To be fair, didn't Fire Punch randomly stop too? Nah, the ending of Fire Punch was goated. I talked to a few of my mates yesterday. Literally none of them had heard of Israel invading Lebanon. Seems like there's not much coverage of it. No. Open your window. My windows are open. That's why it's cold. I'm keeping my CO2 levels down. That's the reason why you know, it is what it is. Did you lift today? I nearly did 2 pull-ups. Fujimoto's target audience. Fuck, that's funny, but I can't show it on stream because it's spoilers. Can I just, man, can I talk about it anyway? Can everyone who's not seen, who cares about spoilers for the final chapter of Chainsaw Man, can you just fuck off for a bit? I'm going to talk about it anyway. Man, I'm really disappointed by the ending. I'm not super surprised because it kind of felt like Fujimoto was done and was wrapping things up. You know, if you've read Look Back or Fire Punch or whatever, I don't really think that Fujimoto wanted the like enormous fame. Shut up, then fucking dip, man. I don't know. It seemed, I don't think he was really interested in being like another Shonen Jump battle manga, you know, like run into the ground or whatever. I was so disappointed by the ending, dude. But it's okay. Life goes on. But I was still upset. He was obviously phoning in for a few months. There's just so much people. I see there are like contrarians on both sides. There are people who can't read, and then there are people who are like saying it's genius or the needed ending. It was a dog shit ending that made no sense. It did feel like he was done with it by the end, and that does make me sad. It kind of feels like he didn't really envision a future that made sense for Denji or Asa, you know? He couldn't really envision a future where things work out for him. The fucked up thing, okay, I understand the premise here, right? So Pochita made a contract with Denji, and the contract was, hey, I'm Pochita. I am too strong to live a normal life. I can't live a normal life. I've never even hugged anyone because I'm too strong. So I want to live a normal life through you. You must show me what a normal life feels like. And the problem is that Denji never got to experience a normal life because he was Chainsaw Man. Because he had that power. Like, whatever... that was the whole point of part 2 as well. Whatever normal life Denji had, it was compromised by the fact that he had that power, which Denji kept, like, leaning on like a crutch. The problem is, like, Denji hasn't had any character growth. For one, Pochita's powers don't work this way. They don't rewrite reality or warp back time. So I don't know what that's about. I wish we had some kind of explanation there. I don't really know why the world had to be reset. That doesn't really make sense to me. But also, Denji never experienced any character growth. Denji's the same super horny, like sex addict, always going to crave everything guy that he was at the beginning. He never experienced any personal growth. He got rewarded for doing everything wrong? No. Like, he didn't even get rewarded. The whole point, so it's implied that power might cure Denji's disease, which maybe that's true, but Denji literally has not grown as a person in any way. There's like he kept making the wrong choices, and all the growth and development that took place over the course of both chapters, both series, I mean, both arcs, it never happened. He's still, you know what it okay, this sounds like cope, but what it feels like to me, what it feels like the setup for, what it feels like is a fake ending where Pochita realized the only way that he could experience living a normal life through Denji was to rewrite reality to keep Denji from realizing that his heart was Pochita's. That's what it feels like to me. I know I know that sounds like cope, like I'm saying there's going to be a secret third arc drop. I'm not saying there will be, but that's what it feels like to me. Like, Pochita is the reality devil or the dream devil or whatever, and he was like, fuck it, okay, the world is ending, Yoru and Asa are their battle with Chainsaw Man is actually ending the world, like, we need to cut this out, this is going way the fuck too far, rewrite reality, and then just, like, put all of Denji's favorite people around him, like fucking making dolls play together. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm rewriting reality, kind of. You're getting Nayuta, but not Makima because Makima's crazy. So you're getting like the cool Control Devil, and Power's back even though she's dead. Aki's not back, and you're not a high school student. You still have your prior disease, so you warped back time. But it kind of just seems like Pochita's just like pushing all the play dolls together. You know what I mean? I don't know. It just feels disappointing. It feels like there's no payoff here, and it's just a setup for a fake ending, except it's the real ending. I guess, but I think it works. I don't think it works, though. I don't think it works on a narrative or a thematic level, because thematically, I feel like... So, for one, Asa's whole arc in the entirety of Part 2, worthless. There was no point to it. Literally, she might as well have not. The only thing that mattered was the brief window of growth she had in the first chapter where she realized that she needed to open up to people right before she tripped and fell on the chicken devil. It just, none of that existed. All of the buildup with her relationship with Denji and Yoru and all of that, it didn't happen. And listen, I'm okay with an anticlimax, but there's a big difference between a satisfying and an unsatisfying anticlimax. There's a difference between anticlimax and literally just like tossing out everything that happened. You know? I don't know. The Death Devil Nostradamus prophecy still exists? Yeah, what the fuck was up with that? Did Denji undo the Nostradamus prophecy? Or sorry, did Pochita undo it? What happened with that? What happened with the Four Horsemen returning? Also, what about the power contract? Yeah, I didn't even realize that a fiend could do a contract. I mean, I guess, sure. I mean, I'm not going to argue with the universe there on its logic or whatever, but I don't know. It all felt so forced and so rushed. Like Power going, Nayuta must be the Control Devil. And Power seeing Denji and just saying like, oh, he smells like a dog. I like dogs. Here's a contract. Hey, race to the ending, everyone. Look, you're getting your Neon Genesis Evangelion episode 26 rush really quick. Like everyone, we're rushing into a sitcom, you know? It seems fake. Asa saying he's Chainsaw Man. Yeah. Literally, it's like ba-doom, ba-doom, boom, 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 ba-doom, boom, boom. Fucking sitcom premise there, you know? Did you read Fire Punch? How was its ending? Fire Punch ending was very good. The Fire Punch's ending is a great example of a shonen premise building into an anticlimactic ending that felt perfectly justified by everything that came before it. It was very, very good. And how are chainsaws existing? Yeah, chainsaws still exist after Pochita ate his own heart, which implies that Pochita is both, one, not dead, and two, not the Chainsaw Devil. Nobody refers to Pochita as the Chainsaw Devil, only as Chainsaw Man. That makes sense to me, okay? Maybe Pochita refers to, like, dreams, or no, not dreams necessarily, something. There's rebirth, I don't know. There might be some other thing that Pochita represents. It never really made sense that, that Pochita was the Chainsaw Devil, but also he could rewrite reality, you know? So that's fine to me, you know? They've already established that you don't innately know what a devil is just by looking at it, right? They've already established that even if a devil says, I'm the X-Devil, and it looks like it's the X-Devil, it might not be the X-Devil. Like, there's no reason, there's not an innate association between a devil's name, its true name, and what it looks like and what it acts like, you know? Now, hold on, Benjamin. We're doing a thing. I'll look at this, though. Dream, nightmare, devil. Denji did say dream after waking up. But also, there was nothing about Pochita's powers that indicated he could rewrite reality, you know? Anyway, the point that I'm getting at here is that it's not just an anticlimax. It just feels like it negates the entire second arc, and a significant part of the first arc, too. You know? So Power doesn't remember the growth that she had with Denji because we just went back in time. But eating devils rewrites reality? Yeah, but it doesn't rewrite time. When the mouth devil and the ear devil were both eaten, everyone was just in the same place they were before. Same place, same timeline, just no one had mouths or ears anymore, you know? reality was recontextualized around the erasure of those things, but nobody went back in time or appeared in a different place. People lost their memories of the thing specific to what was erased, but not like a general reset. Like, there's nothing about Pochita eating his own heart that should have caused that outcome. When Denji ate ears, earphones still existed. Yeah, nothing Pochita did to his own heart should have reverted Denji back to living in that cabin. You know? Pochita's the little dog, right? Yes, Pochita's the little dog, yeah. I guess all those character developments carry over. No, they literally didn't, though. Power no longer knew Denji. Power grew substantially as a person between the beginning and the end of Act 1, you know? Like, there's a huge development for Power. In between her self-obsessed, violent, narcissistic tendencies to her still being all those things, but also, like, a little bit more human at the end. Denji did grow a lot between the beginning and end of Act 1. Like, my understanding was that the whole point of Act 2 was that Denji wasn't growing. Like, Denji grew a lot between Act 1 and the end of Act 1, right? Like, over the course of Act 1, Denji went from being, like, a kid with no hopes or dreams, and he's gonna die any day now or whatever, he was like a feral dog, to, at the end of Act 1, he's taking care of a kid, like a little sister, Nayuta, right? He's taking care of a kid, he's lost Aki and Power, which really sucks, but he's going to school now, right? The end of Part 1 was, like, it represented a lot of personal growth. But throughout all of Act 2, Denji's personal growth was being undercut or, like, sublimated. It was being destroyed by his obsession with, for one, like, sexuality, and for two, the desire to be known as Chainsaw Man. So I think that a good way to take that would have been Pochita realizing that he was what was standing in the way of Denji living a normal life. But Denji also has other problems that keep him from living a normal life. You know? I don't know. Seems like it erased everything. Just seems like a joke. Him being Chainsaw Man was the least of his problems? Yeah, seriously. So what you're saying is the ending sucks? Yes. I don't think that was just metaphor. The implication is Pochita is still Denji's heart in the dream world. Yeah, no, for sure. Which again plays into my argument that it feels like a deliberate fake ending. That Pochita just like desperately wants to experience a normal life but couldn't do it while Denji was Chainsaw Man, so he rewrote reality so that Denji didn't realize that he had the chainsaw heart. If it was a fake ending, then I think that's great. But I'm mad as hell right now. Also, why the fuck would Pochita show up in Denji's heart, unless he still had some influence over the world? I have faith in Fujimoto. The only reason I'm not, like, extremely committed to the idea that there's going to be a third arc is because it seems like Fujimoto is just fucking done with Chainsaw Man, you know? He got to make stuff at his own pace in the first arc for the most part, but in the second arc, every chapter's been getting raced out, and it's like, I think the mangaka is tired. And if he's tired, then, you know, I'm not going to expect a good, coherent ending. He wanted to make a new manga, not part 2. It's a shame because, like, he was really cooking with parts of part 2, man. The people were really upset with the second to last chapter, but the second to last chapter, in my opinion, was genius. You have this, like, building climax the whole time where you've two lines, right? Denji and Asa bonding, and also Chainsaw Man and Yoro destroying the fucking planet, right? You have, like, these two arcs of narrative tension that are, like, intertwined and are winding closer and closer to a climactic finish. But the whole point is, there is no climactic finish, right? The Death Devil is gone. All that's going to happen is the whole world's going to be ground into a paste. You know? So for Pochita to put his foot down and basically just say, like, this has gone way the fuck too far, this isn't working anymore, We need to cut it right here. I think that makes sense. That's a good anticlimax, in my opinion. You know, that's a really good anticlimax. Up to the aquarium was really good, then it started to get wonky. One thing nobody can argue with, I think, in my opinion, is that the best part of Act 2 was back when Asa was the main character. As soon as it shifted back to Denji being the perspective character, it went downhill real fucking quick. When Asa was the first third of the second arc was legitimate like Kino. Really, really, really good. Incredibly good. And it started to go downhill. I think a lot of the reason it went downhill for people was because it seemed like at this point, Denji was done with his character growth. Now Denji was experiencing degrowth, right? Like, past a certain point, it stops getting interesting watching him keep like fucking up over and over and over again. He doesn't understand what's going on. He's always making the wrong decisions. He's always fucking up. There's no redemption for him. I understand it. I think that's fine for a character to be, but unless you're going to commit to that, like narratively and emotionally, I think that, you know, it's kind of hard to carry an arc that way. And Denji shows it because he wasn't as interesting. The Japanese audience was super mad. Asa was the POV, and the editors told Fujimoto to go back to Denji. If that really is what happened, that's infuriating. It turns out when you make your main character emotionally and mentally retarded, it makes for a boring character. It's not just that, though, because Denji was always a fucking retard. It's that you were really rooting for him in the first one. Like, in the first arc, everyone, like, Denji is borderline like a little cinnamon roll. Look at how people reacted to the Reese movie, right? Everyone feels bad for Denji. Everyone knows that Denji is like an amoral rabid dog, but he was like slowly clawing his way up to maybe being like a functioning person. And again, in the first arc, the whole point, he's building a family dynamic. He's getting along with Aki and Power, you know, but you feel the tension narratively it builds. Aki and Power both die. Spoilers. And that ruins Denji. And then this is all a plan orchestrated by Makima to break the contract that he had with Pochita so that she could fight and either lose to or defeat Chainsaw Man, right? Makes perfect sense. Everything that Denji got to experience, all of this positive arc upwards, all of it was planned by Makima in order to get that big drop, that big plummet at the end so that she would get her big fight, which is what happened. But you know what ended in at the end of the first arc? Like, you know how it concluded? It concluded with a finale that was orchestrated by Denji's autonomy, his own decision making, both in how he fights Makima and also how he defeats her permanently. And also, he grows. He takes care of Nayuta, you know, he goes to school. He's grown as a person. Like, it seems to me like there was, you know, it's not disconnected from the events that led up to that point. What happened right now at the end of Chainsaw Man Part 2 could have happened at any point throughout all of Part 2. Like, Pochita could have put his foot down and rewritten all of reality using these ass-pull rules at any point during Arc 2, right? Could have done that midway through, could have done that near the beginning. It could have happened at any point. It's literally all pointless. Okay, also, you know what else pisses me off a little bit? One of the big, I guess, drops in the first arc is that Makima never paid attention to Denji. She was always just paying attention to Chainsaw Man, and that she used her sense of smell to determine people, to whether she liked a person. Why the fuck, in the Chainsaw Man ending, did Power recognize that she liked Denji from his smell? Why would they reincorporate the way that Makima identified and like recognized Denji from Power? Power actually did like Denji, you know? It just kind of seems like, why does no one like Denji for Denji? Didn't Power not like dogs in Act 1? Yeah, she didn't. She liked cats, but this time the cat was with Nayuta, which for some reason. Why is Nayuta there? No one knows. It's an ass pull. It feels like a fake out, but I don't think that it is. I don't know. It just seems kind of sad that after all of that, Denji would be recognized by power by virtue of smelling like a dog. I don't know. It just kind of seems like a gut punch a little bit. Blame the Japanese audience for having bad taste. Dude, the Japanese audience for anime fucking sucks ass, dude. Weren't they super ass mad at the Zenin Massacre episode of JJK Season 3? Oh, it's not a perfect, this artistic masterpiece isn't a perfect translation of the manga, which was like barely scribbled out to make deadline, you know? It's not a perfect translation of the scribbling. Oh, a woman is killing her male superiors. Ooh. They get Naoya to the top of popularity polls every time. God, that's fucking disgusting. It's not that, it's because they're misogynist. Yeah. It feels like the original Evangelion ending before End of Evangelion. Okay, yeah. But, like, remember what happened to Hideaki Anno after the original Evangelion ending? There's a reason they put out End of Evangelion. How does this compare to JJK and AOT's endings, in your opinion? I think it's worse than AOT's ending. I haven't read the end of JJK. The thing I'm most pissed off about is that I spent months reading that final fight playout just for Denji to get one-shotted by a no-name devil. Okay, that part was good, though. I like that. Because Yoru and Denji were battling to the end of the world, not paying attention to the consequences, the fallout of their conflict, but as a consequence of the Death Devil getting eaten, insects were eating the whole planet. So, like, I think it's kind of fitting that these two, like, self-obsessed lunatics that are ending the world together, just like it's like they wake up one moment from what's happening in the world, in their fight, and they look around and they're like, wait, what happened? And the fucking locust devil is like stronger than God, you know? I like that. It's a perfect way for their battle to end. They both got one shot in an instant. Poor Asa. Dude, Asa and Denji aren't going to be good for each other, right? In this new timeline or whatever. Denji's still a little sex freak, and Asa's still a little femcel. Like, he's gonna be gross as hell to her, and she's gonna the thing that they bonded over in the original timeline was their shared trauma over being like half devil people, and the feeling they had of being like pulled by that other half. They don't have that anymore. Now Denji's just like an idiot, sex obsessed, uneducated kid, and Asa's still a femcel, also killing their dads. Yeah. Also, people were saying Denji was a rapist. I don't think Denji's a rapist. I think that's an uncharitable read of Yoru, of him being excited when Yoru said that Asa consents as well. I think that's dumb. Denji has like 60 IQ. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. I think it's dumb to say like, oh, you know, Zenin Massacre, lame as hell. The author just wipes their plaything off the board just for like cool moment. What the fuck are you talking about? Hard disagree. How the fuck are Denji and Asa going to get along? Like, what do they have to bond over? The only reason they bonded originally was because Asa had prior negative opinions about Chainsaw Man, that he was gross and a chauvinist, which is true, by the way. It was that like push and pull dynamic between Yoru and Denji's chainsaw heart and so on. Like that context brought them together. Outside of that, their personalities don't work. They haven't had the growth. They both killed their parents. They bonded over that. Yeah, but they're not going to tell that to each other now. They only shared that with each other while their other halves were in the midst of a battle to the end of the earth. They're not gonna fucking open with that, dog. I don't think Denji's a sex freak with this one. The sex thing was like actively worsened by Makima. I don't think that's true at all. I think no, he's 100% a sex addict. Yeah, for sure. Like from the very beginning of the first arc, it was clear that that was a fixation that he had. He was a sex pest from the beginning. He's not a sex pest. That's a different thing. Hey, sex addicts need love too. Yeah, I know that. Everyone loves Denji. Addict, really? Yeah, I think they even, like, use that term in the manga, don't they? Does him being a sex addict add to the story at all? Yes, it does. Though I'm not sure if the ending really capitalized on it. And that's the point. Because Pochita asked Denji to show him his dreams, right? Denji, show me a normal life. Show me what you want. Your dream is to have a normal life, right? So have a normal life. The problem is that, for one, there's not really any such thing as a normal life. And for two, Denji's desires don't lead him in that direction. Denji never had a normal life. He was like a child Yakuza devil hunter's slave who had a heart disease and killed his own dad. He was never a normal person. Pochita's original contract for him to have a normal life was never ever going to pan out. The sex obsession is an element of Denji's personality clashing with his desire to have a normal life. You know, it's another thing that interrupts his ability to make that contract hold, to make it work together. I would argue that the drive that Denji has to like be Chainsaw Man, be loved by everyone, is the same as his sex drive. It's not just about sex, it's about recognition. It's about like affirmation. Denji spent his entire early life like a non-person. Didn't go to school, could barely eat. His dad abused him. He killed his own dad, didn't know his mom, was run around by the Yakuza. At like 10 years old, he was using Pochita to like take down, like his whole life, he was like a ghost. He was like a non-person, you know? It was just completely fucked life, like a slave, basically. He had to sell a nut, to live, you know? He was going to sell a fucking kidney, right? He conflates love and sex, but that's just his brain, you know? What he really wants is acknowledgement and recognition. And his desire for sex, which is pathologic, is as obsessive as his desire to be known as Chainsaw Man, which was what Pochita interrupted. But Pochita taking away the Chainsaw Man element doesn't mean that he's not a sex addict, or doesn't conflate sex with recognition. Reese was the only partner who could understand his trauma. Reese would have been the right partner for him if you could just choose. But obviously, you know, Makima had other plans. Even right now, he still doesn't have a normal life. Yeah, no, I mean, he'll never have one. I guess the problem that I have is that it doesn't feel like the ending lands on any of this. It doesn't feel like the ending acknowledges or plays on any of this. It's not even an intelligent deconstruction of your expectations. It's literally like snap fingers, totally different reality. Now start over. Why? We don't know. Why start over? Who knows? Different rule set. Nobody knows how it works. No, anyway. There was a 1 year break between part 1 and part 2 till he starts a new series. It's not over. Yeah, but part 2 was announced at the end of part 1. And also, he was forced into it by his editors. And also, like, Fujimoto's tired. What do you think about the Sopranos ending? Sopranos ending's good. You finished it? No, but I know the ending. I'm one season behind. So Fujimoto also made Fire Force? No. He made Fire Punch. Don't watch Fire Force. He made Fire Punch, which you should read. I'm just upset. I'm a little upset. In a way, it'd be almost better if there was no final chapter, because now it's like, from a fan base community perspective, how are you even going to like make fan art about anyone now? Oh, here's Asa and Yoro. Didn't happen. Here's Asa and Denji. The versions of them you know, they didn't happen. If you draw Asa and Denji together, you're like, the world in which they're together is one in which they're different people from the one that you're aware of. So the point of liking something, the point of engaging with media or caring about it, I think, in my opinion, to an extent, is like the communicative element of trying to learn or engage with the emotions presented in a piece. And if you just snap your fingers and like, oh, it's a different reality now, bleh, unless you're like doing a really good job establishing that, I don't know. Watch for Island instead. That's fucking facts. Yeah. Oh, come on. That's not going to stop anyone from... I'm not saying it's going to stop anyone from drawing anything. That wasn't my point. Sorry if I wasn't very clear. What I mean to say is that, like, normally, for one, a reality reset at the end of a series is already, like, a pretty rough sell for a lot of people. It's kind of up there with It Was All Just a Dream, which in this case it might as well have been. Because the stuff that happened in the original timeline doesn't even seem to be affecting, like, at least not consistently affecting stuff in the current timeline. But I think people have every right to be upset with that, you know? Now it kind of seems like whatever arc or lesson that you could get isn't really there. There's not really a point. Do you think JoJo did it well? Okay, the difference, and I'm trying to deliver this information properly. JoJo is not a character arc driven story. JoJo is an extremely over the top, like, battle shonen that had a conclusion. That was like an end to the universe, but it wasn't the same as a universe reset. Imagine if the final chapter of Stone Ocean was like one in which nothing ever happened, and actually Jolene wasn't sent to prison in the first place, but you know that in this new timeline, her friends in the prison are still just rotting over there. So Jolene is just like, I'm now with my boyfriend again. It ends with Jolene going back to the boyfriend who sold her out after she got in the car accident. Now I'm with him. All right. And then everyone's like, what? Okay. I guess I'll draw them together. I guess, you know? But JoJo isn't really character arc driven. Unsatisfying. Nobody knows. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. How do you feel about the latest episode of TADC? It was pretty good. I think they went a little bit overboard with Kane's shenanigans. I feel like they probably could have made his breakdown a little bit more maybe a little more grounded. You underestimate how much fandom will just shove characters together like dolls. Man, stop! Please stop talking to me like I'm not super fucking online. Okay, I had the Tumblr account. I've done the fanfic writing. Okay, don't stop. Don't fucking talk down to me. Okay, I'm aware that people just draw people together. Thank you. Gee, you're like trying to explain. Do I look that old? You see, Unk, shipping is when you. Yeah, I know. All right, I'm done with this. Man, I really didn't like the... Chainsaw Man ending. Okay, I've got a bunch of links, including one thing that I know is important. Close this, close that, close this.
Say, when you see ICE agents, being deployed, what goes through your mind?
I like it. I mean, I think Trump's doing a hell of a job. I like it.
Most of the travelers we spoke with say, while it's disappointing the current shutdown is having a negative impact on TSA staff, they're pleased to see ICE agents stepping in.
They're protecting us. Yeah, they're doing a good job.
Protecting at an airport, dog. At a fucking airport. Can't believe their vote counts as much as mine. Not human. Bet they like the Chainsaw Man ending.
What's your message to Congress that could put an end to all of this?
It would be ideal. This isn't working for us right now.
Fire them all. Fire them all.
This is taxpayer money. What's
My
it?
flight leaves in 16 minutes.
16 minutes.
I got the 3 a.m.
Doesn't seem like you're making that flight. What are you going to do about it?
I don't know. Go home. Work in the yard.
Do you have anywhere to be? It's important.
Yeah,
Where are you traveling?
I had a reunion with my high school buddies. So.
And now you're forced to miss that.
Yep.
Is that frustrating? What's that?
A little bit.
Can we move the line?
Yep.
We'll walk with you.
Top tier, highly paid journalistic professionals. Is that frustrating? Missing out on dearly anticipated events?
So that we could keep the line
Yep.
moving. Good morning, everybody. What time did you come to the airport?
I got to the airport at, I don't know what time did I get here, 5:30, something like that.
Wow.
All right. Brooke doing a great job down there.
Feel from how they're doing the stopwatch, right? That's the way we would do it.
Aisha Hasni.
What's your message to Congress that could put an end to all of this?
Man, I'm still like actively upset. Sorry. Watch Steel Ball run its peak. I'll watch it, but like the pacing in JoJo anime has always been too much for me. It's been too much for me. What episode should I stop watching Chainsaw Man at? You should continue the whole way. We done with spoilers now? Oh my god, you people. Yes, yes. Wah! I reread the whole thing Skynet Zero a week ago. Want some actual news? Sora is shutting down. The extremely advanced AI video making platform that was planned to be a cornerstone of a deal with Disney. It's shutting down. Guess that shit cost too much to run. It lost like 99% of its users. I'd be interested in looking. Hold on. Sora user base. Sora's user base experienced a rapid viral rise, followed by a significant decline after peaking around 1 million daily active users. Ugh. Daily usage settled to around 750,000. 750,000 with 9.6 million total downloads. The app, which saw over 90% of its users drop off within 30 days, is mostly used in the US. That doesn't seem like too much of a drop-off. 1 million to 750,000 daily users. That doesn't seem like a huge drop-off to me. I don't think that's true. Yeah, is Fruit Love Island made with Sora? It is, right? The user base is not the issue, it's the business model. Yeah, well, this shit's expensive to run. It's as if they were expecting like 500 million daily visitors. Well, the whole pitch that AI companies have been offering people only really makes sense if you get the entire population completely dependent on it, right? That's why they're trying to shove it in everywhere. You know, I was having access problems with the website. It turns out it was the cookies. I had to delete the cookies or whatever to get to the Economist or something. It wasn't loading properly. But I opened up Edge and I realized that I uninstalled Edge. So I opened up Edge Download to see if it was a browser issue. Microsoft's #1 AI platform. That's what they were pitching it as. Edge, their default browser for most computers on Earth. First and foremost, what does it do for you? Well, it's AI powered. You know? There's a fucking dedicated Copilot button on my keyboard. Just have to hit the goddamn Windows button. I just popped it up. What would you like to do first? How can Copilot help me? Write a first draft, create an image? Like the Cortana button before? Yeah. Thankfully, you can remap that key for now. Well, you can remap anything, right? Still, Sora shutting down is a huge deal. This is probably the single largest blow to, I guess, the universal propagation of AI that's happened yet. Is the bubble beginning to pop? The metaverse was shut down too after 80 billion with a B was spent. So this is a little bit different. Well, it's actually exactly the same. The metaverse was the same as NFTs, which was the same as Bitcoin, which is the same as AI. All of them are vessels for speculative investment. That's it. They all do the exact same thing. Tech guys from Silicon Valley, all of a sudden, it's all they can talk about. They're pitching it. It's the whole future, the whole world, you know? And at the end of the day, it's all a rug pull. They're all the same thing. They're going to do it again with something else in the future. The only thing that makes AI different, the only thing, is that its development happened to coincide with a mildly interesting new kind of technology for a text autocomplete. That's it. They developed an unfathomably expensive, inefficient, and data guzzling system that was essentially just an autocomplete function, and they were like, that's literally AI, like fucking like in the fucking movies, dog. We're gonna run to the markets with this. And they did, and then they made like $50 trillion. That's data from Star Trek, dude! Still, Disney backing out is pretty crazy. OpenAI exits the video generation business just months after it was launched. We're saying goodbye to Sora. To everyone who created with Sora, shared it, and built community around it, thank you. What you made with Sora mattered, and we know this news is disappointing. We'll share more soon. Really? This is a dog shit closure statement. Are you fucking kidding me? Forum moderators who are closing down their forums used by 200 people give more. Like this is nothing. The difference is the Bitcoin and NFT shit stayed relatively niche while the AI bullshit stayed around long enough that it entered everyone's lives to some extent. That is true, but keep in mind, and I'm telling you this is real. If they could have gotten away with it, they would have forced you to use Bitcoin for all online transactions. They couldn't because it would have been a step too far, but in order to force you to be reliant on it, they would have. They would have been like, this is the only way to engage in the digital economy now, man. Who cares about gas fees? Do you have any idea how secure a goddamn cryptocurrency transaction is? And you would need to like transfer $100 into your crypto wallet, and then you'd have to use that to buy pizza or whatever. Interestingly, the head of NVIDIA is claiming they have made AGI. That is because Silicon Valley tech leaders are insane. They are genuinely delusional, and they are part of a doomsday cult where they think their job is to be a kind of like priestly tech caste that invites in the singularity. I'm not joking. These people are actually fucking insane. tech priests, don't give them that. They haven't earned it. I'm not sure if a majority of those folks fit the description you just gave, but sure. No, I'm serious. There are articles on it. There are some really good write-up pieces on how, like, behind the scenes at their famed Silicon Valley peptide-snorting tech parties, these people, you know, chewing through their amino acids, they talk to each other, and they genuinely act like they're the... They act like they're Oppenheimer. They act like they're all the shepherds of a new era where a singularity, AGI is going to descend upon mankind and fundamentally rewrite reality. And coincidentally, a lot of these people are libertarian or fascists who think that AGI will rewrite the world in their image. Like they will be the beneficiaries. This is the ideology of people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. The idea that technology exists as a kind of divine spark that is meant to metaphysically justify their rule. It's real. That's real, by the way. I know that sounds crazy, but like this is an actual... It's real. No, I'm talking about the leadership, not about everyone working in the industry. Though the industry does have a lot of people like that in it. Why is everyone in a death cult? Because nobody can imagine the future. That's why. Every vision of the future now is post-apocalyptic. All of them. All media. Cartoons, movies, television. Here's a setting in 2070. What does it look like? It's the post-apocalypse. Or a cyberpunk dystopia. Nobody can envision a good future. You could back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. But after the end of the Cold War, I mean it, after the end of global competition for the world, when it became clear that there was no competition, one group of people rules the world, and they have a vision, and they are enacting it, and that is not a good one. Everyone understands this on some level, even capitalists, fascists, everyone understands this. They know the direction the future is taking. They know that we have at our fingertips unrivaled economic and industrial power. We could build any future we wanted to, but we won't. A future has been chosen for us. People don't envision themselves stopping the apocalypse. They imagine themselves taking control of it. Want to show the Thiel clip about tech and democracy to prove the point? Is this Thiel being the Antichrist?
Change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics. And
that basically sums it up right there. A little bit too honest, you know? Politics is difficult because you have to convince people who disagree with you that your way is best. What would be best is if you could just technologically impose. It's like a rape fantasy, but on a global scale, you know? No longer, you don't have to convince anyone that you're right. You merely impose a global order where you're right by default. You know, you don't need other people's consent. It goes beyond authoritarianism, too, because authoritarianism is still politics. An authoritarian leader still has to convince the people around him that his existence and rule is beneficial. But that's not the case with Palantir. You know, it's... So postmodern authoritarianism? This has nothing to do with postmodernism. It's more like even authoritarians require on some level consent of the governed. Every government ever has. But Palantir and the stuff like Palantir represent an alternative. A future, well, hey, to go back to a previous term, of managed democracy. Sure, you can vote, but the outcome won't really change. You're asking for different outcomes within a very narrow window. And the real outcomes, the real arc of history is an unchanging one, and it's being directed by a techno-fascist cult that really likes money. Catholic Church discussing if Thiel should be burnt at the stake. Finally, somebody's asking the big questions. American Heresy, Should Peter Thiel be burned at the stake? A formal essay by Father Paolo Benanti, a Franciscan friar who serves as the Pope's official advisor on artificial intelligence. Hey, he's just asking questions. The essay's central charge is striking. Thiel's actions can be read as a prolonged act of heresy against the liberal consensus, a challenge to the very foundations of civil coexistence, which he now considers outdated. Yeah. Damn Catholics are the real Christians, huh? Yep. Protestantism is fake and also heretical. I'm a bit behind, Vosh, but I'm in software engineering, and the insanity with which HR and execs are pushing AI on us is beyond parody. AI usage is the only metric they care about, even as bugs increase and quality declines. That's because they're slaves to capital. They understand what their real job is. All your managers are being pressed by people above them, and they're being pressed by the people above them. And the goal of all these institutions at the top is to make AI the world, because they're just trying to go for the big bubble. That's it. They know it's a bubble. They know it's going to pop. They know they're not doing anything. They know it's useless. They know it's not going to work. They're not trying to make it work. They're just trying to make everything as loud as possible for as long as possible to get the money they can before the bubble pops. People often make the mistake of assuming that when bubbles pop, wealthy people suffer. But after 2008, after, the Great Depression, the people who were wealthy before the pop then went on to buy up all of the broken down, bankrupt assets of the businesses adjacent to them. They consolidated. It's good for them. Like Epstein said while talking to Peter Thiel in his email with Peter Thiel, funnily enough, what's the difference between Thiel's and your own disillusionment with democracy? They're essentially incomparable. My disillusionment is that the political and media environment is so capital controlled that it's almost impossible to open the Overton window to the point that it needs to be opened. That we're careening towards apocalyptic conditions faster than we can manage them, and there's no way to change it because the democratic apparatus has been deliberately hamstringed to prevent any kind of action from taking place. Thiel doesn't believe in humanity. He doesn't like democracy because he doesn't like people. I love people. That's why I believe what I believe. I think we're in an inhuman system that has shackled us to an inevitable outcome, even as the odds of us making out of the next century or two unscathed get worse and worse. His goal is to bypass humanity itself. Humanity is just a great big factory producing wealth and power for him. I believe we've been shackled to a system that is preventing us from acting quickly enough. Those are extremely vague things to use in a debate, though. Hates humanity. He does hate humanity. Do you have any other explanation for that Antichrist clip? He absolutely hates humanity. He does. We are ruled by pedophilic, narcissistic, egomaniacal, like doomsday cultists. They are doomsday cultists. They are not normal people. They are not like you. Peter Thiel especially, yeah, they hate people. Just a reminder for posterity.
I suffered through Ross Douthat's interview with Peter Thiel because I'm a sick person. And there's one clip that's been going around, and in case you guys haven't had this, just the experience of being able to listen to this moment, I want to share it with all of you.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes.
I don't know. I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit in this.
Should the human race survive?
Yeah.
It's like it's a joke. I don't know. Like if there was a story where an evil alien who wanted to destroy the planet was masquerading as a human, they wouldn't take that long to say yeah. And this is what we have to deal with. These are the people who rule this fucking country. Well, I mean, it's complicated. It's really not. It's not even a little bit complicated. If you are an incredibly powerful and wealthy government contractor who works to build out a surveillance state, and somebody asks you a question like, do you think the human race should survive? No, because what do you mean it's not even remotely? It's like the least complicated question in the world. It's unimaginably simple. Like there are few questions I could imagine with like fewer caveats than that one. How is it simple? They should survive. Yeah, humanity should persist. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Pretty much no matter what. Yeah. Yep. What's your opinion on misanthropy? Misanthropy is an Epsteinite ideology. This one actually was a big story. OpenAI's Sora. Such down. Is the bubble starting to pop? I'm so fucking out of it. Hold on. Ben linked this earlier. Bring it back to birth rates. Yeah, yeah.
I'm Shoykat Chakrabarty, and I'm taking the Progressive Victory Pledge. That means overturning Citizens United, implementing Medicare for All, and passing tuition-free public colleges and trade schools. But we can't do any of that when we're fighting with our own party to get it done. That's why I'm calling a primary the failed Democratic establishment, because we know they would never take the PV pledge.
Nice. Damn, they're getting powerful. Soon PV will run the country. What district is he running in? Running for Congress to represent San Francisco. Pelosi? Pelosi's district. Gotcha. My district? Well, you better vote for him. Nice. I'll look more into that later when I'm not, you know, emotionally torn apart by the ending of Chainsaw Man. Also, I have to read Donos. Nice design, very retro. That is a very nice header. I agree. Will PV and DSA have to square off someday? Not the same thing, but I think that PV and DSA would agree on pretty much every... Like, I'd have a hard time imagining a candidate that DSA would back that PV wouldn't back, you know? Might be some edge cases, but by and large, I think it's, DSA doesn't like Psychot? Is that true? Oh, okay. Well, what do they know? Ugh. DSA is more extreme than PV, I'm pretty sure. I don't think DSA is extreme. I think it's extreme to not be part of DSA. I am going to read donos, which includes donos from tomorrow. Miss Gender Lynn, thank you for the gifted tier 1 and tier 2 subs from yesterday. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Bloodnut, thank you for the $20 from tomorrow. Man, you can tell I'm pretty gone, huh? From yesterday. Yeesh. Let bro take a nap. I don't know, man. I'm always tired. But I can't talk about this because all people are going to do is say, you know, get a CPAP machine, get a CPAP machine. It's not happening. It's not happening. You're not. Get it? I'm not getting it. Haven't they made an alternative to CPAP machines? I don't know. You promised a sleep study? I can do a sleep study. Socratic Syphilis, thank you for the very kind $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Bread Soul, thank you for the $2. Cool thrift store recommendations for NYC? No, I'm not the source you want to go to. Roy Omega, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. I'll give that a look. Beverage Goblin, thank you for the 5 tier 2 subs. I really appreciate that. For your fashion fund, thank you. I'm trying to hold off on buying any stuff for a while. Amid, you know, I'm on quite a good losing weight kick right now. I need some new pants. I have like 2 pairs that fit me properly. Peach ASDF, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Your Mama's Llama, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'll take a look. And Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the $5. Jumping spiders are smarter than we think they should be. Okay. Terrifying. OS Crane and Tamora, thank you for the $5 both. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you likewise. The Arrived Hussars, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. To add to Vosh's point, my friend's dad who fled the Soviets got re-radicalized into being a communist. He jokes the same shit-ass apartments would cost 10 times in the United States. Yeah. Thurin, thank you for the $10. Thank you very, very much. You're not wrong. Silver Solus, thanks for the $10. I was wondering if you'd be willing to do a segment on Chinese robotics. I don't know if I know enough about that subject to really produce any interesting discourse, you know? Sorry, I'm looking at the Reddit. It's pretty funny. Fake demon. Tomorrow's CSM drop sucks. I'm not streaming. Chainsaw Man ending hashtag suck, but I'll stream for a bit anyway. Dandadan's the next in the fire line. Dog, I stopped reading Dandadan, okay? It was so good for a bit, but like literally what the fuck is the plan? You're just going to keep adding to the fucking roster every goddamn arc with nothing, no development between the main characters that people actually care about? Seriously, what is it with it's got to be editors. It has to be editors fucking it up over and over. Like, do you know how good and how beloved Dandadan would be if they actually entered into a relationship and the arc continued with that being something they had to manage? But no, fucking Japanese incels demand that you can never actually have an on-screen relationship between anyone. Everyone always has to be just like, will they, won't they, forever. Forever. Will he, won't he get a sleep study? He won't. He won't. I'll read Kagurabachi. Let me finish reading JJK. Pewter Online, thank you for the $15. I really appreciate that. Vosh, I can proudly say I work for a U.S. government entity that finished a bridge under time and under budget. It's 30 feet-ish long, 6 feet tall, and in a park. Really? Nice. I assume you work with or for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, since they're the ones who sign off on all bridge construction. Nice. Pumpernickel, thank you for the $5. No Kings 3 March coming up this Saturday, the 28th. Interesting. There's something else happening the 28th, if I recall correctly. Kappa of all time, I have played many Resident Evil games, including on stream. I've played Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes on stream, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil. Resident Evil. No, not the classics. Not the classics. Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil 8, and we'll play Resident Evil 9. Bozer the Mole King, thank you for the $5. Would recommend re/reading. Just listen to the song. Seems prescient after Chainsaw Man Part 2 ended. Just listen to the song? Yeah. He's definitely burnt out. I love Duckies, thanks to the $5. I've seen people say The Godfather's pretentious. Okay. The Great Decline. Don Marionette, thank you for the $5. I think there's something to the rise of anti-intellectualism being linked to women's increasing presence in academia, the same way white flight created the suburbs. There's an element to that, but I don't think it's because women are being led into academia. I think it's because academia largely is being made more accessible, thus devaluing it, thus making it just part of the job path. Like, people probably had higher respect for the concept of an academic intellectual back when people saw universities as these ivy tower, you know, a bunch of guys in suits smoking pipes or whatever. I don't think that letting women in necessarily degraded that perception on their own. It was more like the broader ivory tower, the broader perception that college is like accessible to everyone, kind of like a second high school, you know? Poopmans, thanks to the $5. I'm now more confused. Neon Genesis Evangelion is challenging, but Up isn't. Up? They're both targeted towards kids. Wait, are you arguing that Neon Genesis Evangelion is as challenging as Up, the movie? The Pixar movie? Neon Genesis Evangelion is not marketed towards kids. I mean, kids watch it, and it's an anime, so, like, kids like it, but it's definitely not meant for kids. Yeah, I don't think kids should watch that. If I had a kid, I wouldn't let them watch, you know, if I had a 12-year-old kid, I wouldn't want them watching Neon Genesis Evangelion. Up had dying of cancer in the first 5 minutes. Are we being fucking for real? Dude, Ring Around the Rosies is actually a dark song. Did you know it's about, like, the plague or something? Red Riding Hood. Did you know the grandma dies? And people said the ABC song wasn't for adults. And it's like that print graphic of the alphabet but spelled out in blood. London Bridge falling down is pretty fricked. Dude, so many people must have died. Ashes, ashes, we all fall down. Oh, how'd they get away with that, man? They sold that to us as kids! Pizza time. Thank you for the $10. I donated and volunteered for Janice Lewis George in DC, but her backpedaling on Israel's lost my support. Forever trapped in the torment nexus. Yeah. Maybe like when 1% of Democrats support Israel, they'll start moving over? Maybe? Maybe? Possibly? 1%? 0.5%? Maybe there's some point? Possibly? Leopard Eye Sapiens, thanks to the $5. Reading my second Dostoevsky after finishing most of Tolstoy, Nietzsche, and Homer. Then again, I'm European and therefore intellectually superior by default. I want to make fun of you for being pretentious, but that would make me as bad as the people that I've criticized. I will say that you're being a huge cunt. No, it's okay. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just being... Reading my second Dostoevsky. I don't know. Maybe I am an anti-intellectual. Marcel, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Here to brag, I've passed all my uni exams with a 4.4 average. Nice! Hell yeah. Congratulations. Better than any grades I ever got. Dick Thulu, thanks to $5. I think you need to get a sleep study done. CPAPs are for based gigachad. Snormaxing is for betas looking for long-term brain damage. I'm not ever wearing a CPAP machine. I don't care. But I will get a sleep study done. That would be good. Then die? Then I'll die. Then I'll die. Then I'll simply die. Jack to Bruce, thank you for the 20 bucks. Zaran is the best politician I've ever seen. He did a mukbang after stating he's suing Taco Bell and Dunkin'. Taco Bell!
Welcome, everyone. We're at the City Hall.
We're at the Taco Bell.
We're at the combination City Hall and Taco Bell. And I'm here today with our incredible Commissioner Levine of DCWP to announce some very exciting news. What do we have to tell people today?
Yeah, so more than 800 New York City workers are going to get checks or they're going to get money deposited in their account. Today we're announcing 3 different enforcement actions from DCWP. One of them is against Dunkin' Donuts and Taco Bell for not giving workers predictable schedules. One of them is against Theory, the retailer, same issue, not giving workers the schedules that they can predict, plan their lives around. And the third is a lawsuit we're filing against a franchisee in Staten Island, Dunkin' Donuts franchisee, also not giving the workers predictable schedules or protected time off.
So how much money are we talking about that you're announcing in settlement today?
Yeah, so we're talking about almost $2 million back to workers, mostly fast food workers, more than 800 of
I wish he'd uphold his promises on defending trans people. Wait, genuine question. Has anything been happening in New York City that he could really respond to? Because he's only the mayor of New York City, right? Have there been things happening in the city that he's been kind of like not prioritizing?
them across New York City, and also a lawsuit against Dunkin' franchisees to get more money back.
So now before we get a little bit more into this, I think it's only fair that we should try some of the food on offer at City Hall's first ever mukbang. Here we are.
Wait, they're going after specific franchisees, not the franchise? That makes sense, and that's good. If workers are underpaid, that was a decision of the franchisee, not of the franchise. You should sue the franchise for like broader systemic like supply line stuff, like if they're giving bad beef or whatever. But when it comes to labor mismanagement, that's almost always going to be a franchisee problem. So it's good to go after them.
Where are you going to start with?
Well, I have this Crunchwrap Supreme has been calling my name.
Okay.
This is great New York. It's good for on the go, easy to eat. Okay. See, it's a pretty big one. I'm going to give it a try.
Nice.
All right.
Here we go.
Fuck, I'm hungry.
I don't want to be like that McDonald's CEO, you know? It's pretty good, though.
Pretty good?
I'm try it.
I'm also going to go for the Crunchwrap Supreme.
I mean, look, for the first lunch we've been able to sit down to.
I'm a filthy little slut for those Dorito hard shell tacos with ground beef. I don't know what they're called. Those ones. Every time I've gone to Taco Bell in the past couple of years, which is not many times, I've just gotten like 20 of those. Don't need anything else. Just give me I'll walk out of there like this, spend $80. Doritos Locos Tacos. So fucking good.
In weeks. It's filling, got some cheese in there. I'm
give it like a 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10.
I mean, I'm eating more. I'm going to upgrade it to an 8 out of 10 with Crunchwrap Supreme.
Thank you to the workers who made this. Welcome.
You got to get hip on the spicy potato tacos. Dude, potatoes are such a slept on taco, burrito, and quesadilla filling. They're so slept on. For one, potatoes are pretty healthy, but for two, they give you so much textural contrast, you know? Because sometimes you've got the crunch of the lettuce, right? You've got the ground beef and the cheese, you've got the creamy, you've got the savory, whatever, you've got everything there, right? But sometimes as like a good filler, because you can't really put rice in a taco. That you can, of course, but you know, it's a bit of a mess. Some potato chunks. I think that we need to remove the perception that potato cubes are for breakfast burritos only. We need to start incorporating them into the broader lexicon of Mexican cuisine. Fuck. Maybe I will get a CPAP machine. It's so over, dude. It's so fucking over. Are there any, I want to know if there's like a bar that I could fall to. Are there any other live streamers who misspeak as often as me? I'm really asking. I feel like I've got to be on like a generational run, you know? You're the only one? It's got to be that. CO2 poisoning. Dude, I am fucking freezing right now because I have all the windows open. It's not the CO2 this time. XQC. Fuck, you're right. It's probably XQC. That's my peerage. I'm over here being like, modern media doesn't challenge consumers enough. We should all challenge ourselves with what we read. Hey, everyone, look at all the... Well, me? Oh, no, I haven't read anything except for manga in years. But, like, you should read more stuff. By the way, I misspeak every third word. Yeah, I know. I deserve mockery. I deserve death, if we're being real. No, I know. I'm aware. If not, nothing if not self-aware. Thank you. Is that why you don't want the CPAP? No, I just don't really like the idea of looking like a hospital patient while I'm laying down. I've seen how people look in those. I don't want that. There's not a real reason. Like, it's just that. It's just vanity, basically. So you're being insecure? Yes. You mentioned cafeteria a few days ago. The video pretty much backs up your position. I'm really hungry now. How long is this video? 24 minutes. You know what? I'll take a look at this next stream. I'll keep the tab open. The rise and fall of Southern cafeterias. It's not carbon monoxide. Listen, if I had carbon monoxide poisoning, you would know, okay? I would... Let me simulate the effect. See, if that... And that's your warning, okay? Call the Seattle Police Department and let them know to start knocking door to door if that ever happens, all right? Using your charcoal grill indoors, yeah. Please don't call the Seattle Police Department to let them know that I keep fucking misspeaking, okay? Police, sir, this local streamer is experiencing brain death. Meme Lord 53 and Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Aizen Hogyoku, thank you for the 50 crooner. And Humble Bumble, thank you for the $2. Zach Crow, thank you for the super kind $10. Longtime fan, just wanted to throw a white boy some money to defend Jon Stewart. I was at the rally to restore sanity. It was about war on terror hysteria, not political unity. He also apologized for his Trump takes. I don't dislike Jon Stewart. I just think that his incredible talent as a funny man and an interlocutor has convinced people that he is more based than he actually is, you know? I think that he's a sensible person, but I think that he is, well, I know that he's still a liberal, and liberalism entails a kind of structural, like systematic blind spot, I think, in a lot of cases that makes it really difficult to rely on them to achieve what we need them to. Aizen Hogyoku, thank you for the very kind 100 crooner. How do emissions from the conflicts alter cloud physics? Wars do create a lot of CO2. Sean Riordan, Awesome Gaming, thank you for the $5 both. I really appreciate that. Serious question. Can we prosecute all of this insider trading in the future? Is that a lost cause? Oh, I've got great news for you. 100% doable. Yes. If Democrats wanted to, they could go after and investigate all of this insider trading, but they won't. That's my honest answer. I'm not trying to be like super doomer or negative or whatever. I'm telling you factually they won't. Because Congress has been insider trading for decades, including the Democrats. I guarantee you they will not. Dallas Graves and Andrea Gonfiantini, thank you for the $2 and €2. Gonfiantini says, did you hear about the referendum in Italy? Siasamo? Arrivederci. That was my... Did you like it? Pasta. I'm sorry. Aizen Hogyoku, thank you for the additional 50 crooner. High Shelf, thank you for the $5 and the additional $10. I really appreciate that. Adding on, I'm just saying, fuck Israel's cringe, and a Palestinian flag or such doesn't necessarily signal anti-Zionism. In my opinion, we have to make saying fuck Israel not cringe. Like, hating Israel should be as obvious and straightforward and unambiguous and uncontroversial of a position as saying, like, fuck the Nazis or whatever, since they share so much in common, you know? It should be like a very easy thing to say. So I would say, like, you feel it's cringe, but I feel like what you might be opposed there is opposed to there is like the straightforwardness and the sincerity, you know. But I don't think you should be. You are right. If you hate Israel, you are right, and you should act like it. Exactly right. Thanks to the $2 donos. Sean Riordan and Jay West, thank you likewise. Still alive, thank you for the $5. Melon Miller, thank you for the $10. Damn, the entire second season of Nathan Fielder's show, The Rehearsal, that came out last year was dedicated to aviation safety as it relates to communication. Now this type of stuff is happening. I need to watch more Nathan Fielder stuff. Awesome Gaming and Melon Miller, thank you for the $5 both. Fuck, my hands are cold. Ooh. I got to be careful. I got to put a heater on or something, or I'm going to give DGG another 6 years of haha funny content. Ooh. It's cold as fuck today, though. Why am I so cold? What's the temperature outside? 54. There is no fucking way it's 54. It says feels like 40 because it's windy, but I'm indoors. There is no fucking way it's 54 degrees. Holy shit. Am I dying? Just do a couple of push-ups. You're right. All right, I did 5. Melon Miller, thank you for the 5. August Plays, thank you for the $2. Debbie Williams and Thomas DeRoss, thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. France built a €1 billion per kilometer ring road around the island of Reunion because the existing road kept getting blocked by rock slides. You should check out the Milo Viaduct as well. That's interesting. I wonder how effective that, or I wonder how cost effective that was, you know, like how efficiently that money was used. My nephew recently did a high school project on the effort to replace the I-5 bridge in Southwest Washington. He was shocked when I told him this funding debate was happening when I was in high school. Yep. The bridge between Washington and Oregon. Yeah. They've been on about that for ages. That bridge fucking sucks. You back in your diet? Yeah, I'm back on my diet. I'm fucking cold. Sean Riordan, thank you for the 5. Miami Sparkles, thank you for the $2. Urbane Legends, thank you for the £5. Really appreciate that. Andrew Markland and J-Man G, thank you for the $10 both. I really appreciate those. Thank you. Maybe Andrew Markland. Exactly right and Urbane Legends, thanks for the $2 both. J-Man G, thank you for the $10. And Jacob Deacon, thank you for the 14 Canadian. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Arbiter of Mankind, thank you for the 2 SGD. SGD currency. Singapore dollar. I keep forgetting that. Singapore dollar. That's right. Thank you. I want to learn more about Singapore. It's a very interesting place. Very interesting, and I know like nothing about it. What do you think of J.D. Vance invoking the 25th Amendment? He has not. Somebody asked him to, but he has not. If you could remove one person from this mortal coil, past or present, would you? If yes, who and know why? Nice try, Fed. Nice try. Tim Christer and Cool Cat, thank you for the $5 both. Thank you very much, Cool Cat. I really appreciate that. It was my pleasure. Vosh, I love you, but could you please not spoil animes through the mangas? Like, it really ruins the story when you know the big plot beats. I tried! I warned people. This is from the beginning of stream. What did I say at the beginning of stream? All I said at the beginning of stream was that I didn't like the ending. That's all I said. What did I say at the beginning? A spoiler banner probably could have helped. Man, fuck you. I didn't spoil anything at the beginning. Robert Field and Polaris Aerostar, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Red Baron, thank you for the €2 donos. Joshua Pinola and Still Alive, thank you for the $5 both. I have not read Thomas Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow. I feel like people don't have enough experiences where having aspirations gives them immediate benefits. That's probably true, but you should be aspirational even if it doesn't benefit you. Like, I don't think ambition needs to be rewarded for it to be a virtue, right? That's probably true, but like, you should be ambitious. You don't learn more so that you can pass a test one day. You learn more because you want to know more. Honic Joy, thank you for the 12 euros. Highly suggest starting with Terry Pratchett's The Color of Magic. Beautifully written, but still a quick read and very funny. It'll work up your reading appetite. All right, all right. All right. I have heard that one before. I have heard that one. I think... What's the book that I ordered? What's the book that I said I ordered? The Two Flames, The Two Cities? That medieval horror fiction book? What did I order? Come on, one of you remembers. Between Two Fires. That was it. That was it. The Legend 27, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Or two $5 donos. Deism Accountant, thank you for the $20. I think the very least we need is a grassroots campaign for electoral reform. First past the post is why we have two parties in the US. Yeah, but like Europe is showing that even if we didn't have first past the post, it wouldn't solve the problem. Because like, you know, Germany and the UK and so on, they don't have... What? Germany and the UK and so on, they don't have... They don't have first past the post systems. They don't have our system. They still have the same outcomes. Wow, I'm like actually, should I just cut donuts here? No, I'm almost done. UK is first past the post. You're right, UK does have first past the post. But they don't have a two-party system, I mean. Anything I say during today's stream, you can chalk it up to carbon dioxide. James, thank you for the $2. Red Baron, thank you for the £2. Old Schoolist, thank you for the $10. Fire Punch is like 10% gritty, but super creative revenge story. 90% is what the fuck's going on. Fire Punch is very coherent once you understand what it's doing, you know? You just have to escape the expectations that come with shonen. Fenrir 502, Eat Pussy Crew, and Diego B, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Energy prices going up, a speculative market around the industry highly dependent on energy with no returns. This can all be good for the future. Yeah, I wonder if to an extent the war with Iran affected the shutdown of Sora. That's very possible. Marginal, but possible, I think. Diego B, I hope you enjoy writing up your setting. Lady Cathonica, thank you for the $10. Congratulations on finishing your exams for the spring quarter. Gonna spend spring break reading and writing my own trans femme lesbian romantasy because tired of seeing only trans mask fantasy. What? No hate, but what world do you live in? You're tired of only seeing trans mask fantasy? Is that like, I didn't realize that was so overpresent in the environment. That's crazy. You know what? Honestly, good for you. Good for you. Just make sure it's not slop. Insane thing? No, whatever. That's cool. Whatever. I don't care. I was participating, or at the very least supporting that, that Twitter dogpile that one book got the other day. What was it? It was like the cozy D&D fantasy book where the orc and the human ladies open up a bakery shop or something, and it was not very well written, and it was lambasted for kind of propagating, or at the very least contributing to a broader culture of making like feel-good comfort slop fantasy. Yeah, the frictionless fantasy bullshit. Yeah. Jake Dries, wow, way to spoil the solo leveling ending for me. Victorious Garnosaurus, thank you for the $5. Chemically Unstable and Elizabeth Conley, thank you for the $2 both. Hello from Southern Lebanon. You're in Southern Lebanon right now? Jesus. Dude, what if this is the last stream of mine you get to see before a fucking JDAM hits your house? You're going to say some nasty shit about me to St. Peter. Oh, what were you doing? Oh, I saw Vosh's stream. Why would you say that? Stop it, dude. What the fuck? Okay, sorry, too edgy. Carbon dioxide. Seriously, though, please do stay safe. You're manufacturing bad stuff. Are you people superstitious? Yes? Okay. Jesus Christ. A little, yes? It was a half joke. You sweat when you're in the seat, you know? You sweat when you're in the seat. Hello from southern Lebanon. Jesus, though. I hope you're okay. I don't even know what internet access looks like over there. I know there's some like mobile internet's pretty much present everywhere, but yeah. It was a little dark, but if they watch Fosh, they're probably okay with the joke. Is more there is a kind of bleak surreality to the concept of receiving a super chat from a war zone. There is, and it's not to suggest I'm the main character in this instance. It is just like a wild thing, you know, absolutely wild thing. Yeah. Deji Rob 206, thank you for the $10. Beard's looking fantastic. Thank you. I trim it every day. Vagabond Chim thanks for the $10. Can we talk about the wasted potential of the Primal Devils and how that led to nothing? There were a lot of characters that it seemed to have basically had like no point, in my opinion. Yeah. There were also unanswered questions like, okay, spoilers, everyone close your ears, blah, blah, blah. Who the fuck was the fake Chainsaw Man that killed the Falling Devil and told Denji that he needed to run? Who was that guy? That was never explained. Who was that person? Strong enough to kill the Falling Devil? John Chainsaw? Yeah, I guess so. Honestly, a lot of the eldritch power of the devils was kind of undercut in Act 2. Like, did all of the horsemen really have to be high school girls? There were a lot of the more powerful devils in the first arc, like the Darkness Devil, the Gun Devil, were really, really interesting, very terrifying. But the Falling Devil was like a bit, and Fami and D were just like jokes. They didn't do anything. They're the strongest ones of all. I don't know. I don't mind the concept. It's just like, feel like you have to do something with that, you know? Botorg, thank you for the 750. Not to brag, but I just got The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, The Silmarillion, and the 4 other posthumous Middle-earth books, and I'm on a reading binge. Nice! One day I'll read The Lord of the Rings. One day. One day. Oh, sorry, I have to wave my hands. Aging Devil was really cool, though. I just feel like it was too human. I don't know. Like I felt like it was too human. Sake, thank you for the 15 gifted tier 1 subs. Jesus Christ, you're rewarding me for a stream like this? Potatoes are also goated because they can be creamy, crispy, or shredded in food and provide multiple textures and flavors of Mexican food. That is true. Shredded potatoes, fucking goated, okay? We only make them for hash browns, but shredding potatoes and then adding them to like the beans and the cheese and the meat, so fucking good. It adds so much substance and it's very filling and it's delicious and improves the texture. So good. Also, one of the craziest things I realized on my trip to India was all the cool architecture stuff was largely inspired by the Moguls who came from Iran. Really? I don't know anything about that. I know shockingly little, I guess, about India, I think, considering its size, but I think that's the case for a lot of Americans. I'd be very interested in knowing more about that. Yeah. Like India is such a complicated country, so complicated. It's difficult for me to like we get hung up in American history, but that's just like an infinitesimally small fraction in terms of like both time and all the different competing forces, you know, to what like India or China or even like Japan. Longer cultures, man. I envy Vosh's memory. The ability to experience anything again for the first time from poor memory must be amazing. I've got bad news. I have never experienced something again for the first time. My memory is not that bad. It's not a superpower. Damn, do I really need a CPAP machine? That fucking suck. I don't want to look like I'm a hospital patient while I'm laying down in bed. That would be super lame. Stop spiraling. It's my stream. I get to spiral if I want on my stream. I'm allowed to. My dumbass said nationalists instead of... Oh, you said nationalists instead of nationalists? Yesterday, I called Sean Duffy the teleportation secretary, and today I said I was reading tomorrow's donos. Breaking. Iraq has greenlighted a 250,000 paramilitary. What is this? Maybe, Miss Genderlin. Iraq has greenlit 250,000 paramilitary forces under the Popular Mobilization Force to fully respond retaliating against strikes by the United States. What is this? This is fake, right? Iraq is not retaliating against the United States. You're getting insecure about stepping in a shit pile before trying to step over it, get nose strips. I have nose strips. I'm assuming this is fake. Iraq news. Huh. Hold on. It's actually not fake. Kind of. Iraq authorizes Iran-based militia to respond to attacks in its positions. So the Popular Mobilization Forces is a huge, basically Iranian army in Iraq, and Iraq doesn't really have the ability to do anything about it. Authorizes them to respond to attacks in their positions. Exercise the right of self-defense and respond to any attacks targeting their positions, state media reports. Damn. Why is there an Iranian army in Iraq? It's because after the fall of Saddam Hussein and the power vacuum that happened afterwards, the ethnic and religious coalitions that Saddam Hussein had kept in brutal check were kind of like disbanded, and the Shiite population within Iraq, now without like the foot of Saddam Hussein over them, had a lot more autonomy. The regional instability and the advent of ISIS also contributed to a lot of like partial militarization and militia forming, and what it basically led to was a Shiite majority militia force in Iraq, but because they're Shiite, you know, they had sympathies to Iran. So they're de facto an Iranian army inside Iraq. Those Iranian proxies were the ground forces that helped the Kurds and the U.S. kick ISIS' ass. Yeah, they helped us. They fought ISIS. Is the nukes in flight thing for real? No. Big escalation if Iraq is just saying, yeah, do whatever you want. Yeah, seriously. Iraq's basically saying like, if they're going to fire at you, you can fire at them. That's pretty crazy. Is the 250,000 number correct? Yeah, I believe so. They're pretty fucking huge. That might be like an upper estimate, but it's a pretty large force. Yeah, their self-claimed size in 2022 was 230,000. Iranian-backed paramilitary umbrella group that operates within Iraq. Although formally and legally part of the Iraqi armed forces and reporting directly to the Prime Minister, the PMF leaders act independently of state control and in practice answer to the Supreme Leader of Iran. They have openly pledged allegiance to the Supreme Leader of Iran. This is how weak we left Iraq, by the way. Even after occupying Iraq for so long, we left it in this state. The PMF was formed in 2014 and fought in nearly every major battle during the war in Iraq against the Islamic State. Considering the fact that this is easily the military majority in Iraq, this kind of, I mean, functionally, this is Iraq allowing its army to fire at the United States. The only reason the PMF hasn't done that up until this point is because they technically are a part of the Iraqi army, but now they're being given permission. That's crazy. The internal pressure on al-Sudani, the prime minister of Iraq, must be massive, you know? Like all of the PMF guys at the Capitol building must be like, come on. Come on. You know we're going to fire anyway. Come on, like, come on. These guys are not pushovers. The momentum ISIS had going towards Baghdad should have caused that city to fall. They just ripped ISIS' throat out. Yeah, no kidding. No, seriously. These guys and the Kurds were the heroes of the day stopping ISIS. Iraq to summon U.S. and Iran envoys over deadly attacks. It's getting really bad over there, man. Bro, just checked. Saddam's Republican Guard was 150,000 at its peak, and the PMF has access to American tech we left behind. Yeah, no, the PMF is... The PMF doesn't have Iran's military capabilities because they can't produce drones the way that Iran has. But in terms of just manpower, they are easily one of the strongest forces in the region. Yeah. Probably third strongest behind... Well, no. Saudis are probably behind. So fourth strongest? It'd be the PMF at fourth, then Saudi Arabia, then Iran, then Israel, probably, just in terms of, like, if you add up the manpower and the military equipment and so on. Maybe it's variable, you know, whatever. Russia's can't move into Ukraine. Who knows? Is the USA actually going to lose? We're currently losing. What do you mean nukes in flight? Okay. I'm sorry. When I put nukes in flight in my YouTube title, I did it because I was very flippantly changing the title from the original title. The original title was me complaining about the Chainsaw Man Chapter 232 ending, which I was upset by. So I quickly typed out stuff like, what is it now? 4-hour airport wait times, oil $300 a drop, nukes in flight, are we winning yet? And my intention was to invoke hyperbole, so it was clear that wasn't true. But I acknowledge that my plan there might have been flawed because the airport wait times actually are, in some cases, far more than 4 hours. So it's possible that you just read the very beginning and then you kind of transposed from that, you know, the assumption that everything there was to be taken seriously, but it's not true. You could argue, though, that we are nuking our global hegemony. That is true. It's also possible you have brain damage. At this point, yes. Without a doubt. The CO2 got him. I am going to leave. And I'm going to, you know, I'll do my best. I'm going to try to shake my brain into whatever state it needs to be so that I can function tomorrow. Everyone wish me luck. Maybe I'll read. Everyone take care. I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, everyone stay safe. Especially, hold on, wait. I closed the super chat window. Who was that motherfucker from southern Lebanon? Let me pull that name up again. Chemically OO unstable. Seriously, good luck. Listen, I'm not telling you to give me more money. What I am saying is that if at some point in the future you could do a check-in and say, like, I was the guy who donated from southern Lebanon, like, you know, 6 months ago, that would be pretty cool. It doesn't have to be in a donation form. It could be anything. It could be an email, or you could pop into chat and say so. You'll have to remind me. You know, I've got a pretty bad memory, but yeah, I would appreciate that. This will weigh in his conscience. It does weigh, you know, like the people with they're like, oh, too far with the edgy joke. But it's like, again, you know, from my perspective, it's a little bit of a cognito hazard to get like the actual IRL equivalent of the I am starving child. This is the last thing I saw before I died. Goodbye. Like that. It's that, but like in the real world and not a shitpost. So it's, you know, it's a little bit of a cognito hazard. It's not about you, bro. It's not about me. That is true. It's not about me. You're right, boss. You're the victim here. You can't say shit. You can't say shit, man. It is fucked up country because of wokeness. You can't say shit. Oh my God. All right. Take care. Stay safe. Oh my God. They're posting in chat. Thanks, man. Okay, Will, do I always watch you? Oh my God. Stay safe, man. Okay?